Happy morning. Now I'm going to be start the third unit. Yesterday itself, I started the third unit for you students. Yeah, this is the third unit. Marginalism, marginal school. What is the base for marginal theory? The marginal theory is revolutionized during the period of later 19th century. That's why it is called marginal revolution. Yesterday itself, I told what is the meaning for marginal. Marginal is nothing but the additional made to the total. We in the previous theories we studied about how they are giving the message for the economics, science of economics, but after the marginal theory only we are giving the preference for the subjective concept. That is the important thing we are seeing in the marginal theory. In the marginal revolution, there are many authors are there. Yesterday, we clearly saw about the Cournot, Walrus, Tunen, and someone else. Today, I'm giving a short cap about that one. Cournot, 1801, 1877. He explained his theory between pain and pleasure, how the people dividing their activity, economic activity, by gaining the pleasure and pain. The next concept goes to the Tunen. Tunen, born in 1783, died in 1850. He was a German skilled farmer. So his theory model based on the agriculture land use, how they created it is helpful for the landowner, how they are utilizing the land in the best method, and profit margin fixation of the land cultivation. So his theory is based on that one. This theory is familiarly known as the concentric rings theory of agriculture land use. He introduced the theory before the Industrial Revolution, so it is very famous in the Germany. Von Thunen is also known as the location theory. It deals with the spatial distribution of the crops, production area, land rent, marketplace, transportation cost, and agriculture location. So with the help of this concept, he familiarizes theory with the help of an equation. R is equal to y, R is equal to y, bracket P minus C minus YFM. Here the R is the land rent, P is the market price per unit of the commodity produce, C is the production expenses per unit of commodity produce, F is nothing but the freight rate or the freight charge, M is distance to the market, and Y is the yield per unit. So with the help of the equation, he made use how the cultivation land earn the profit to the landowner, how to improve the cultivation. So many things he explained clearly in this theory. Basic terms of this theory is resist on isolated state, fertility, climate. If there is no river, there is no mountain, there is no fertile land, how we can be successfully form to cultivate that land. So extensive farming, capital fertilizer intensive farming, labor use technology, and then how to use the land for the particular purpose. So these are the some of the concept which was explained by Thunen through his theory. So many things are explained by him clearly, give with a diagrammatic explanation. Thunen explained his theory. And the next yesterday itself we saw about that Gozen, H.H. Gozen. He was very familiar for his theory. Gosen's first law, Gosen's second law, which was refined by the Alfred Marshall. Hermann Heinrich Gosen is one of the targeted figure in the history of the economics. So he was an anticipator of the marginal utility theory. He published so many books, especially Development of the Laws of Exchange Among the Men in 1854. He was very famous for that one. Jevon Smenger prized the work of the Gosen based on the marginal utility theory. So his law is mainly depends upon three main features: utilitarianism, consumption approach, mathematical method. So yesterday itself we saw that one. Gosen first law is nothing but the law of diminishing marginal utility. Gosen second law is nothing but the law of equi marginal utility. So Gosen's views on utility based only. What is called utility? Utility is nothing but the power of the commodity to satisfy the human wants. So that is the thing which was mentioned by the Gosen. And then William Stanley Jevon, who is Stanley Jevon. 1835, 1882 is the lifespan of the Stanley Jevon. Born on September 1st, 1835. So many things about him, about his college life, from the childhood, about what he done. Then the theory of political economy. We have to concentrate on the theory which was explained by the Stanley Jevon. Economics is a mathematical discipline. So he used the quantity, fundamental quantity based of explaining the economic theory in his own way. So he described the usefulness of theory in the absence of the precise data. How we even though we don't have any precise data, how we can make use of the theory, how it is useful, and we can describe it also. He explained his theory on the basis of quantity based. So many quantities he explained, especially utility, pleasure, pain. So he expressed in the unit. Utility, pleasure, pain. Consumer is a rational being. How they are getting a commodity and gets the satisfaction from that one, between the two main relationship, pleasure and pain. So laws of economics differ only in the magnitude between the man and the nation. So these are the main concept which was explained by the Stanley Jevon's theory of pleasure and pain. Yesterday I explained a little bit in this one because of time shortage. Theory of utility defined according to Stanley Jevons. Utility defined the abstract quality whereby an object serves our purposes and become entitled rank as commodity. So utility is not an inherent quality, but a circumstance arising from the relation of man's requirement is obviously. For example, I like chocolate very much, so I give more preference for that one than any other commodity. For other person, the utility for gaining from the ice cream is greater than the chocolate. So utility based upon our own consign. So he give a clear cut idea about that utility, how determine the pleasure and pain to the consumers. So final degree of utility is the degree of the utility of the last additional. This one is for example, you are very hungry, you are eating the biscuit from the packet one by one. From the when I'm very hungry, I'm eating the first biscuit, it give a greater pleasure to me. I'm taking the second biscuit continuously, means compared to the first biscuit, I'm receiving a lesser satisfaction from the second one because my hunger level reduced. So he mentioned here, continuously when you are consuming the commodity, it gives the lesser satisfaction. So the degree of utility in this concept, he mentioned about that one. So make you use of this diagram. He explained how the utility is falling down. X-axis, y-axis, utility possessed, quantity of commodity consumed. So he clearly explained it through the diagram. And then he explained theory of labor, how the labor are working. Yesterday I explained this one. So with the use of this diagram, he make use of how the quantity of the labor and the processing of the commodities users are explained. Then the theory of capital, uh, economics is equal to science of capitalism. Fundamentally, he agrees with the Ricardo. So many things. So what already he explained, point outed by some theory of in the heading of the theory of capital. So these are the concept which was explained by the Stanley Jevons. Next, we are moving to the general equilibrium. This is the important theory for you for the exam point of view. Students make use of it, make it down as an important identification mark for in your hints note. This general equilibrium was given by the Walrus, Neon Walrus. So he was very familiar during the period of the 19th century, a French economist, Leon Walrus. So he developed this theory to address much debated economic, to solve the economic problem with the help of three important concept. What does that means? Demand, supply, price. How it brings the equilibrium situation in the market. So general equilibrium theory is very familiar among the world people, which was given by the Leon Walrus. So general equilibrium. These are some of the assumptions which was given by Leon Walrus. Consumer habits and tastes remain constant. We have to understand what is why the assumption is needed to a theory, because we have to assume it. We have to assume some concept. We know very well the concept of latitude and longitude. Latitude and longitude is a imaginary line drawn from east to west and north pole to south pole. So why it is drawn means imagination brings us to understand how the time starts, how the world countries are located. With the help of that only we can draw up map and everything. So we have to assume something. What's that like? So assumption is very essential for each and every theory. Here we know very well about that one, ceteris paribus condition. Other thing remain constant. It means other thing remain constant. So consumer habits, taste and remain constant here. There is no change in the production techniques. All firms carry out the business related to operation under exactly the same condition. The return to scale remain constant. Exit in the full employment situation of the resources, including the labor also. Consumer income remain constant. Factors of production. What are called factors of production? Land, labor, capital, and organization. So all the things remains perfectly mobile between the various places and forgetting the occupations. So every unit of the product service is the same. Perfect competition exists. So these are main assumption for framing the general equilibrium theory by the Leon Walrus. For he gave an example of two sector model. One side is household sector and another side is the firm. The firms are seeking for the help from the household sector by factors of production: land, labor, capital, and organization. Here the land, labor, capital, organization supplied by the household sectors, received by the firm. For this return, with not freely they are providing their land or labor or capital or organization to the firm. So in return they have to pay. So it is called a reward paid for the factors of production. What are the reward paid for the factors of production? For the land rent, for the labor wages, for the capital interest, and for organization they received a profit. So these are reward paid to the factors of production. Those two sector model, they are depending each other. So there is a circular flow of payment, between the consumers as well as the producers. For household sectors as a demand side, and here the firm sides are the producer sides are the supply side. Demanding the commodity by paying the price, they are receiving the commodity. So They are depending each other. They are depending each other. So again, demand and supply, bringing the equilibrium situation by using the price. So he made use this concept to explain how the economy is in the general equilibrium, the whole economy in aggregate basis. He explained that's the very important factor which was explained by the Leon Walras. This is an important theory in the exam point of view. So you go through it. It is very important, and it has some criticism also. But because perfect competition and what the assumption which was mentioned by the Walrus, it considered as a criticism letter. Then we are going to be see about Karl Menger. Who is Karl Menger? Karl Menger born on February 23, 1840. He was a very famous person. Menger, along with the Stanley Jones, he received a lot of fame and name. He is a founder of marginal utility revolution. He called Mengara insight of the goods valuable because they serve various users whose importance differs. So Menger also used in refute the view popularized by David Ricardo and Karl Marx that value of the goods derives he Menger proved just the opposite, that value of the labor derived from the value of the goods it produces. For example, he gave an example: the best professional basketball players are most popular actors who are paid so much. For example, the cricket players are acting in movies as well as in advertisement, but they are receiving some gaining some amount from that one. So apart from the labor force, what I know, my field is apart from that, we are gaining because of our special features. So Karl Menger make identifying that how they are very talented, relating to receive the money from that one. So Karl Menger marginal utility, he referred to it in economics, the additional satisfaction or benefit that a consumer derive from buying an additional unit of commodity or service. So in this concept, he tried to implies that the utility or benefit to a consumer of an additional unit of a product is inversely related to the number of the unit of the product he already owns. I just now I gave the example of the biscuit packet. If I'm taking a more and more unit of the biscuit, definitely compared to the first biscuit, the last biscuit will give me a lesser satisfaction. So here he gives some relationship between what first and the last. So his concept clearly explained the utility or benefit to a consumer of an additional unit of the product is inversely related to the number of the unit of the product he already owns. Taking more and more unit of the commodity continuously, the satisfaction which is yield from that commodity will be giving the lesser and lesser. So that is the main thing he point out in his theory. So then now we are moving to the Bomberwork. Eugen von Bomberwork. He is very famous for his theory. Born in 1851, 1914 he died. So this one is the biography of Bomberwork. He influenced by the thought of the Karl Menger. He is the main critics of the Karl Marx based on the exploitation theory. He's one of the main critic. He was a student of local age. He completely enthusiastic discipline of the Menger. That is the hardly necessary to look over his influences. Bambavak, so many contribution he made it. He wrote many work also. He extensive critique of the Karl Marx economics in 1880s and 1890s, and several prominent Marxists include Rudolf. He attended a seminar also in 1905. He returned to teaching in 1904, and then so many things is very clearly explained about the Bomba work. He died in the 1914. And then a neoclassical economic started. Nat Wicksell, born on 1851. Nat Wicksell, born on 1851. He died on 1926. He is a Swedish founder of the Swedish school. Study the philosophy and mathematics. So many things about the Nat Wicksell is explained in this. He is the person developed a new theory concerning the rate of interest and the price level, relation with the money rate of interest and the general price level. This is the pioneering work which was given by the Wicksell. He got the very familiar concept, this one, the relationship between the money rate of interest and the general price level, how it is important contributed to the economic theory. The main theory is which was introduced by the Wicksell. Firstly, the relation between the rate of interest and general price level. The role of interest is generating the inflationary or deflationary price movement. This is the main thing he explained in his theory. How the rate of interest affect the price level. The price level, it may be inflationary or in the deflationary situation. We know the inflation refers to a situation where the price level increasing at a increasing rate. Deflation refers to a situation where the price levels are falling down, the purchasing power, the value of the money increasing. So this, in the two state how the price level differ, mainly because of the role of the interest. So modern aggregate supply demand approach, he made use of it. This he is familiarly known for as monetary phenomena concept. In monetary economics, his theory was very famous and synthesized the monetary theory, not only for monetary theory, trade cycle theory, public finance, and the price theory into one system. So he explained in different way, making use of the role of interest rate and the general price level. So he interested in the problem of fluctuation in the price. Business during the period of business cycle, the business cycle is nothing but the trade cycle or economic cycle. It starts from the lower zigzag diagram, it at the bottom level, it starts with the depression, how the economy recover, so moves to the recovering situation, and it moves to the topmost prosperity or boom situation, and again it tends to declining the economic condition, and it leads to the recession, and again it leads to the depression. So this one it is called business cycle. So during the fluctuations of the business cycle, how the problem arises in the economy, how it is solved. So with the help of the Wicksell theory of capital and interest, how the capital increases during the period of depression through the investment criteria, with the help of the rate of interest. So cheap money policy, dear money policy. There are two different money policies which were followed by our bank nowadays. So mainly depend upon the theory of the Wicksell. This is a foundation for our bank. Now they are following the cheap money policy, dear money policy. Cheap money policy was followed by bank when the deflation situation arises. Dear money policy followed by the bank when the inflation situation is happening. So with the help of the rate of interest. So that is the main essence of the Wicksell theory of capital interest. He explained clearly, and so many category he explained in that one. Monetary reform. In the monetary reform, he advocated the suspension of free coinage and gold, and suggested that the world have an international paper standard. You see that one, usages of the coin and gold, it is giving the mere problem to the economy. So he advised to bring out the paper standard money. So the problem of the shortage of gold, he give a big solution to that one. How it brings the inflationary of currency and raising the price level in the economy. So many important work which was given by the our great economist of Wixel, views on the competition. So he gave preference to the monopolistic competition or imperfect competition, not for the perfect competition. Yeah, I think we are compared to other economists. So most of the economists are giving the preference for the perfect competition, which is not existing in the nowadays. So he is the first person giving the preference for the monopolistic competition or imperfect competition. So these are the main concept which was explained by our economist. Population, he advocated the limited population. So he is not a neo-Malthusian. He considers a neo-Malthusian because he supported that the Malthus, and whatever the mistakes which was done by the Malthus, he corrected himself, and giving a elaborate, deliberate method of his population. And then taxation, he opposed the regressive type of taxation. So in this, we know so many types of tax are there. Uh, Progressive, regressive, digressive. So there are different type of tax. So he favored the progressive type of the tax, not the regressive type of the tax, because a progressive type of the tax, the people will, the sufferer will be safe. In the regressive type of the tax, most of the people may be suffer. So he favored the type of the progressive type of tax and rejected the regressive tax. And then welfare, he recommended the welfare service, particularly education. So whenever the economy want to attain the welfare, so it is very suitable to attain through the education. So this was the important contribution which was made by our Wixel, who is considered as a marginalistic theory. Next, we are going to be see about Irving Fisher, born on 27 February 1867, died on 1947. He was a great economist, mathematical economics. His field is mathematical economics. He is very famous. In which school he studied? The neoclassical economics. He is a neoclassical economist. He considered as a neoclassical economist. His biography, so many things are there. So go through it. And later, economic theories. What are the important economic theories which was framed by our Irving Fisher? Utility theory, interest and capital, monetary economics, and debt deflation. So these are the important concept which was explained by the Irving Fisher. Some book which was famous for his theory, the rate of interest, 1907, the theory of interest, 1930, the purchasing power of money. So mathematical invention in the theory of value and prices. In this one, he is the one of the important contributor of monetary economics. We never deny the contribution of the Irving Fisher. So the cardinal utility necessary. He was the first person to show that the cardinal utility was unnecessary for the theory of the demand, that ordinal utility was that needed. He explained about, we know cardinal utility and ordinal utility. I think you have the thorough knowledge if you study the microeconomics. Cardinal, the utility can be measurable, which was given by the Alfred Marshall. Ordinal utility cannot be measurable because it is a subjective concept. We can order it or rank it. It was given by it was propounded by the J.R. Hicks and Allen. So these two different concepts are there. So he supported the ordinal utility, Pareto approaches. So so many messages which was given by our economics Irving Fisher. So in the taxation, he showed that a consumption tax is better policy than an income tax. Consumption tax is better policy than the income tax, because through the consumption tax only we gain more than that income, because it does not alter our incentives to save. So that is the main thing he explained with the help of the Phillips curve. He made the statistical calculations. He argued that negative correlation between the rate of inflation and the unemployment rate. Please make use of it. The Phillips curve. Lastly, we have to see about the Fisher effect. Fisher showed that the expected change in asset price have no effect on the economy. Unexpected changes might have an effect. Fisher clearly distinguished between the real nominal interest rate and between expected actual inflation is derived here. He clearly explained about that nominal interest rate, real interest rate, which expected during the period of inflation. So these are the main thing which were explained by our Fisher through the equation. So nominal interest rate is equal to real interest rate plus expected inflation. He also made the argument that in the long run, expected and actual inflation would be equal. So Fisher's effect further extended to the point. Fisher's equation leads by many monetary neutrality. So he is famous for his monetary concept. To know it is known as Fisher's effect. And Fisher's equation, familiarly known as a Fisher's effect. So here I'm not giving that equation. MV is equal to PT. MV is equal to PT. Note it down. MV is equal to PT. M is nothing but the money supply. V is nothing but the velocity of money. How the money is circulating in the economy. It is equal to the price level and the trade situation. So it is very familiar concept, the Fisher's equation. So it is known as the Fisher's effect. He argued an empirical ground. That is the main thing we have to spot it here. Empirical ground. He explained clearly that the Fisher's effect would be the true only in the long run also. Not only in the short run, he explained his theory. During the period of the long run also, his effect would be true. So Fisher's equation, up to that we finished it. Then the next we are moving to the Phillips Henry Wicksteed. Philip Henry Wicksteed. He born in 1844, died in 1927. So this is a life of Wicksteed. Books which was written by the Alphabet of Economic Science, an essay on the coordination of the law of distribution, the common sense of public economy. So many things which was explained by the economist with the help of these books only, which give a familiar name to him. Then the principle of marginal utility. What is the main concept which was used by the Wicksteed compared to the other economics? What does he has some unique concept. So Alphabet of Economic Science, he introduced the term of marginal utility. He insisted that the principle should be used in the allocation of all kinds of the resources, not only having some kind of commodity, we are gaining the utility. All kinds of the resources, we are expecting some amount of utility. So he believed that utility of a commodity depend not only upon the quantity of that commodity, but also of the other goods also. So how I am purchasing the amount of commodity, how I'm purchasing and getting the utility is not at the problem. Utility which was gaining because of other goods. So based on that also the utility is based. So he explained about this one. So supply curve in his paper, the scope and method of political economy, like marginal principle. He spoke about the supply curve indeed the demand curve. The supply curve was indeed the demand curve. He pointed out that under changing condition, the same person might be a supplier at out of moment and buyer at another moment. So the relationship between the buyer and seller, how they are getting and giving. So this type of the condition he used in this with the help of the supply curve, demand and the supply curve. So the coordination of the land distribution. So law of distribution could not be coordinated. Thus, he suggested the law could be discussed commonly. He believed the law of exchange value. Underline that point, law of exchange value. So the exchange value of the goods determine the marginal unit of that good. Again, we make use of an example, water diamond paradox. Water diamond paradox. We know very well the water is essential for us for our for living, but we are giving topmost priority to save the diamond because it has the exchange value. So based on that only, he bring out his theory. He made it successful. So and then move to the Weiser. Yeah, he born on 1851, died in 1926. So biography of the Weiser I'm giving here. We are born on Vienna. He interested in history and economics. So he in introduction about that Weiser. He taught a new generation of economists. So von Mises, Joseph Schumpeter, Friedrich Hayek, he developed a monetary theory. He was developed a monetary theory, uh, ins- inspired by the research of Karl Menger. He inspired, he influenced by the idea of the Karl Menger. So he studied for 25 years. He studied about the sociology and the economics. So many works which was contributed by our economist, the great Weiser. Economic theory. Moving to the economic theory, value theory. He was criticized the classical labor cost of the theory value. Instead, he developed the marginal utility theory of value. So he strongly criticized the classical theory, how they are explain a labor cost theory of value. Here, clearly explain about value theory based on the marginal utility. According to him, value come from the utility, one satisfying power of the good or commodity. Natural value as one which was found in a community at a high stage of development. He developed the concept of subjective use of value and subjective exchange value. So what is called subjective value? Subjective values is we can't giving any quantitative measurement for that one, but we can realize it. We can realize it. For example, if I am very hungry, so many items are in front of me, but even though I'm very hunger, but I'm choosing one important which is giving a greater pleasure for me. So based on what I'm choosing that one, based on the subjective concept, based on how I'm liking it. So this one is called subjective. So subjective exchange value and use value, he explained clearly in his the theory. So another important theory which was explained by the Weiser, law of imputation of value. Law of imputation of value. He clearly explained, he discussed the law of imputation value in his book, Natural Value. He considered what is called imputation value, it is nothing but the natural value. So according to him, the value was imputed to different factors of production under the different condition of demand and supply and the quality. So a relationship between the factors of production as well as the different condition of demand and supply and the quality. So he emphasized the fact that in the case of the production goods, the imputation value followed the marginal law. That is, the smallest contribution was imputed to a single quantity. So these are the important factors which was explained by the Weiser. So alternate cost theory. In alternate cost theory, it is nothing but the opportunity cost. What is called opportunity cost in economics? Opportunity cost is nothing but the next best alternative organ. The next best alternative organ. I'm having the two choices in front of me. During the period of the examination, I'm having a shortage of time, but I want to see some movie also during that time. But I want to study, so I can't do the thing simultaneously. But I have to choose any one. So, forgetting one thing, I'm going to sacrifice the other next best. So that is called opportunity cost. Based on the opportunity cost only, we are choosing some important activities. So he's mentioned that opportunity cost theory, it is known as alternative cost theory. Opportunity cost theory is known as alternative cost theory. Then he give preference for the monetary theory, especially use of the technologies and other things. So what are the economic ideas which was governed by the Weiser? It was later after the problem of quantity theory of money. Applied for the quantity theory of money. So what is the idea which was given by Weiser for the rent and wage? Rent and wage. Weiser presented the theory of rent was price-worthy because he confused understanding the Ricardian theory of the rent. So there is a slight differentiation between. So again, he is giving the preference for the Ricardian theory of the differential price. Here he explained about the universal law of differential imputation. So that is the main differences between the Ricardian theory of rent and the rent theory of the Weiser. So doctrine of caste. He made caste good and monopoly good here. Caste good like coal, wood, unskilled labor, metal, etc. were abundant. So and their production could be increased by easily. Whereas monopoly good, for example, rare good, rare commodities. So there is no competition for that good. So it is very rare in supply. So the price may be obviously it increases. So in this caste concept, he explained like that. Then social economy. In social economy, there are three types of good he explained by the luxury good, intermediate good, and basic good. What luxury good, for example, diamond, bangla, car, they are that good type of the good are considered as luxury goods. Intermediate good, which good is useful for us to satisfy essential good and also giving the necessity. And another type of the good is which receiving the marginal utility of the poor, and it differ from the marginal utility of the rich. So we are depending upon the three types of the good. And next we are moving to the ACP GU. ACP GU is born in 1877 and died in 1959. His main contributions: Wealth and Welfare 1912, Economics of Welfare 1920, Industrial Fluctuations, Social versus Capitalism, Employment and Equilibrium 1941, Essay on Economics. So these are the main pioneering work which was contributed by our economist A.C. Pigu. Before that, going to study about the A.C. Pigu, we have to understand welfare economics. He is popularly known for the welfare economics, the father of welfare economics. Why he is so called? Welfare. Welfare, it is nothing but the main concept which was given by the socialist theory. So welfare economics is very essential, essence of his concept. So economic ideas of he mainly contributed in welfare economics, business cycle theory, unemployment, public finance, index number, measurement of national output, Pigu effect. So Piguian effect, how mainly for the taxation, He is famous for his contribution for the taxation. So he advocated the interference to protect the economic welfare of the poor. Purchasing powers transferred from rich to poor for economic social welfare. How the rich has to be supported the poor people through the social welfare. He assumed the perfect competition and full employment situation. What the essential features of classical school of thought. So he again he assumed for his theory also to prove his theory. He believed that increase the national income will increase the social welfare. Yes. we know very well that whenever there is an increment in the income level, definitely it will be increase the standard of living of the people. So increase in the national income, it will increase the total social welfare of the economy, whole people. He redistribution of income should be favor of the poor people. So he wanted to abolish the property tax, death duty, and adapt the progressive type of the taxation. Already clearly explain about progressive type of taxation. What is called progressive type of taxation? When there is an increase in the income, the tax rate also increased according to the increase in the tax base. So that type of the tax is called progressive type of tax. So he supported the progressive type of the taxation. So tax transfer the wealth for individual to the government. The tax which was tax amount received by the government, it should be spent for the welfare of the people. Subsidy, why the government are giving the subsidy? Because to reduce the burden for the people, reduce the price and increase the consumer surplus. So his concept is based on that of subsidy. And tax on saving should be abolished. Encourage the tax on consumer to promote the saving. If the tax amount is reduced, definitely it tend to give a preference for the savings by the people. So he explained that one. He believes in the JBC law of market. JBC law of market is the essence. What is the basic essence of that one? Supply creates its own demand. So he believed that one. So welfare economics, he considered the economic situation from the point of the society. What are the main important thing which was mentioned by the ACPO, and what about him? We going to be memorizing it. Founder of welfare economics. His aim of social policy is to promote the welfare. He explained the three things: meaning of welfare economics, condition of maximum social welfare, policy recommendation for the maximization of the welfare. So different things he make use of it. Individual welfare, it giving a way path to for the social welfare. What is called social welfare? It's summation of the all individual welfare in the economy. What is called economic welfare? It is a part of social welfare that are brought directly or indirectly with the measurement of the money. So he used two conditions for that one. National income increases, automatically welfare also increases. National income is equally important in the distribution of the welfare also. So he explained clearly with the examples. Then he recommended some policy for maximizing the economic welfare for government also. State should equalize the marginal and private net cost. Industry, the private product is more than that, it should be taxed. So private product is less, it should be subsidized. Ideal output or allocation or marginal social cost equal to the private cost. So these are the main things which was clearly giving as in the form of the suggestion to recover the welfare, economic welfare of the people. He recommended through the theory. So Pigouvian tax on negative externality incurred by the private individuals in industry. So this was the main thing which was mentioned by the AC Pigou, tax on negative externality incurred by the private individual in industries. So giving example for carbon trading. So it's check on entrepreneurs and ensure the social welfare too. So some criticism points are there. For competition, free movement of the economic activities, impossibility of measurement of welfare. So ethical explanation failed to prove a scientific approach. So these are the main criticism of the Pigouvian effect. So next we are moving to Schumpeter. Schumpeter, who is called Schumpeter? Schumpeter is born in 1883 and died in the 1950. This is the lifespan of Schumpeter. J.A. Schumpeter. Joseph Alois Schumpeter was an Austrian. He trained economist. So he is historian and a great author also. He is very famous for his innovation theory of profit. Try to understand innovation theory of profit. What is the theme he mentioned is innovation is the main base for to gain the profit. He strongly supported the entrepreneur, organizer, one who organized the business activity. He is called organizer or entrepreneur is the changing agent of the society. So by innovating a method only, the profit will be gained for that entrepreneur. So his theory is familiarly known as the innovation theory of profit. And another theory, important theory, is the innovation theory of trade cycle. The term innovation, he explained, invention, it is nothing but the discovery, the scientific novelties. Innovation, it is nothing but application which was giving different methodology, how improving the inventions, method by method, how they are changing some technology through the use of the technology, and another thing that is called innovations. So innovation are subject to the cyclic fluctuation, not the inventions. So in economics, the mean of the commercial application of invention, new technology of production, new methods of organization, and novel product. So he made use of this innovation theory. How it regards the trade cycle, the cyclical fluctuations, the economic progress, how it it affects the industrial production. So internal change are taking place on account of innovation, the development process being. So Peter classify innovation into 5 category. Introduction of new type of good, introducing the new type of good. And the second one is the introducing of the new methods of production. In which type of the method we are following to increase the level of the production, to increase the production technology. And then the opening of the new market. The production one side increasing means we have to marketing is very essential for us to opening a new market. And another was discovering a new sources of raw materials, increasing the production. We need some different types of the raw material to improve our production side. Discovering of a new source of raw materials, changing in the organization of an industry, like creation of monopoly, trust or cartel, or breaking up of a monopoly. So these are the main things which are explained by the Schumpeter in his innovation theory and in a theory of trade cycle. The necessary thing which was explained by our Schumpeter, the productive factor is provided by the monetary factors from the credit side. So these are the important thing which was mentioned by the Schumpeter. What are the strategy he followed in his theory means, first he take as a powerful weapon to frame his theory. The first one is the innovations, and another one is the entrepreneur. So both combined together bring up the good production situation in the economy. It leads to the development of the economy in the circular flow of stationary economy, and a dynamic situation also. So this is the main concept which was explained by the Schumpeter in his innovation theory of profit and as well as the trade cycle. So after that, we are moving to the Alfred Marshall. He is very famous for his theory. Alfred Marshall is he is the student of Ricardo, but he point out some criticism. And he point out something which was wrongly pointed out by the classical school of thought, critic of Adam Smith also. What Adam Smith said, economics is the science of wealth. Alfred Marshall said that economics is science of wealth, but it is you are forget to tell about that welfare side, which is study about the mankind. So Alfred Marshall is a great economist. He contributed more for the economics. He himself is familiarly called as a microeconomics father of microeconomics. Who is called my father of microeconomics? Alfred Marshall, called father of microeconomics. Why he is so called? Because he contributed more theory for the microeconomics. So he born on 26 1842 London. He died on the 1924. So Marshall contributed many theories. He is famous for his book Principle of Economics in 1810. He published his book. So many books are there, so many pioneering work which was developed by Alfred Marshall, but specifically this book is very famous one. Principle of economics, the supply and demand. Supply is goods offered for sale, demand is nothing but demand refers to desire backed by ability to pay and willingness to buy it. So the demand and supply is a greatest factor which bring about a different market situation in the economy. And then elasticity. What is called elasticity? According to Alfred Marshall, elasticity is nothing but the degree of responsiveness. The degree of responsiveness in the price level. So that is called elasticity. And then consumer surplus and producer surplus. What is called consumer surplus? Consumer surplus is nothing but with the help of a formula, he explained clearly about the consumer's potential price minus actual price. I'm ready to pay is always is if it is greater, what is the actual market price is available. The excess of amount which was gaining by the consumer, it is called consumer surplus. So producer surplus also the same thing. Is the producer willing to sell the commodity for the price, but the actual price, the market demand, the difference between the two gives the producer surplus. So he explained in his theory consumer surplus and producer surplus. But for the UG level, consumer surplus is very important question for you. And yes.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, can you repeat the name of the book written by Alfred Marshall?
Book, The Principle of Economics in 1810.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
The
Madam, so many books written on the principle of economics.
In this book only, what are the concepts he used? About that one. I'm so sorry for that one. Marginal utility. He considered as a neoclassical economist. Why he considered as a neoclassical economist? Because they are giving the preference for the marginal utility. So he refined the theory of the H.H. Gozan. That's why he refined that law. It is called the law of diminishing marginal utility, with the help of commodity apple. By taking the apple, how the consumer attaining the satisfaction, taking more and more unit of the apple, he attaining the lesser and lesser level of satisfaction. Total utility increases, marginal utility decreases. When total utility reaches the maximum, marginal utility leads to the zero, and again the total utility increasing at a decreasing rate, the marginal utility tends to decline. So with the help of this relationship between the TU and MU, he clearly explained the law of diminishing marginal utility. Students, this one is also important question for you. Law of diminishing marginal utility. I don't know how I help you. If you want any detailed notes about this one, please make a through the mail also. Okay, Meera Nathan BGCW, Meera Nathan BGCW at gmail.com. MEERANATHAN BGCW BGCW at gmail.com.
Madam, please
Okay,
write this in
so
your chat
through
box.
the mail. Okay, chat box. Okay, after finishing the class, I will put it down. Then marginal utility, the relationship between. So based on the marginal utility, he gave the clear-cut idea about the law of diminishing marginal utility, and then so many theories. Time analysis. He is the he clearly gave a idea about the time analysis. He divided that time period, short period, very short period or market period, short period, long period. This is the time analysis which was given by the Alfred Marshall. And then he explained about the law of equal marginal utility, consumer surplus, law of diminishing marginal utility. So many important theories are there. But in this, for you people, for the exam point of view, law of diminishing marginal utility, consumer surplus, law of equal marginal utility, demand and supply. why I'm not touching too much in this concept means because these are all the headings you are now studying in the microeconomics. I think most probably the next period is microeconomics for you people. So go through the microeconomics concept, all the theories which are useful for our Alfred Marshall. So repeated questions will be may arise in the history of economic thought also. I think the third unit we finished. The fourth unit is J.M. Keynes. J.M. Keynes. In the next section, I'm trying to finish it. The fourth unit and fifth unit for you. Thank you very much for listening. In the chat box, I will share my email ID. Thank you very much.
Okay, good morning, students. Yeah. Where did we stop last class? One sec, I'll share the screen. Okay, I'm sharing the screen. So we have limited time. Screen share. Okay. Where did we stop yesterday? Micro. Yes, we have done all these things: forecasting, supply, production analysis, cost of production. I think yes, cost also we have done, right? I should go to the syllabus and I'll check. Cost, average and marginal revenue also we saw a relation between AR and MR curves. I think I've given you a data set also, so kindly work it out. AR and MR curve. AR curve, I think you remember again a quick recap of AR curve. AR, I'm writing it in the syllabus itself. AR is equal to average revenue is equal to total revenue by Q. Okay, and then what is already total revenue is given as price into quantity. So then you substitute this over here. So AR will be P into Q divided by Q. So that is equal to P. So AR is nothing but P. I'll give you, I think I've given you an example. I prepared for the other class. I'll just try to show you that. It's in Word. This Word. Yeah. This data set. where the price is nothing but average revenue. I think the screen is visible to you. So this is AR. Okay. Per unit revenue, and total revenue is the sum total, how much you are selling, and then marginal revenue is the revenue which you get by selling one extra unit of output. So that is what this is, and you know how to calculate marginal revenue. As I said, from total revenue, what is total revenue? P into Q. So it will be 10, 2 nines are 18, 8 threes are 4 sevens are 5 6 are. And then marginal revenue will be TR of n minus TR of n minus 1. So as you know, n is a current period, means n minus 1 is a previous period. So if n is a current unit, n minus 1 will be the previous unit. So that way you do it and try to draw a graph with AR, and AR is nothing but the price line, and MR curve, and see how it is moving. Actually, there will be a relation between AR and MR, meaning that here you can see that the price is, sorry, here you can see that the price is constant. So the AR curve will be, obviously it will be parallel to your x-axis, and here it will be sloping down. I think you remember about the elasticity what we spoke. So it will be sloping down when you try to draw these two, AR and MR curve. This is a main thing which you need to know when you get into market. So now we are moving on to the next part of the syllabus. So as I said, yes, this is done. And equilibrium condition, you know what is equilibrium condition? When price and quantity demanded actually meet each other. And equilibrium means it's nothing but state of rest, where the buyer nor the seller has a tendency to move away from each other. I think yesterday I stopped the class with this. And then market structure, you are going to know about the market. What are the different types of market? Market, market is nothing but it is it is a place where large number of buyers and sellers meet to exchange goods and services. And in market, there are two types. One is perfect competitive market and imperfect market. I'll tell you quickly. I'll give you a recap of what is this. Wait. So, okay. Now you saw, right? You saw somewhere. Usually there are two types, players in the market. So one will be cannot do anything with the price. He's a price taker, so he has to maintain the price, and then he can sustain in the market. And there's another one where he reduces the price, like the previous slide which I showed you, right, in a Word file, where the data was like around P was 10 10 10 10 P or AR. Okay, P or AR, average revenue. And in other case, P was 10 20 30 40 50, or it is 10 9. So it must be 10 9 8 7 6. So he's reducing the price and he has to sustain in the market, or he has to the first one will be like the price being the same, price remaining the same, he can sustain the market. Or the another one is he can reduce the price, only then he can survive in the market. So perfect competition is nothing but there are several number of buyers and sellers. Buyers will be more and sellers will also be more. He's a price taker, where they sell homogeneous goods, like milk, or you can tell, for example, oranges, because mangoes. Large number of buyers and sellers, they sell homogeneous good, and they have perfect knowledge, because once assuming that you have a lot of mangoes in your tree, okay, suddenly you want to take it to the market and sell it. You want to sell it, okay, so you thought of getting it. So what happens in this case is, you can you have an exact knowledge what is the rate of the mango, so you can sell like that. You're coming out, you can sell it. There's no restriction, government restriction. The government won't be interfering it. Anyone can open and anyone can leave the market. Anyone can enter and anyone can leave the market. And then, as I said, it's a homogeneous good, because many people are selling mangoes, or many people are selling rice, many people are selling milk. Then in case you want to sell it, you're selling it on that particular price. That is what I said, you are a price taker. You cannot make the price. Whatever price is prevailing in the market, you are taking it. And over here, we have the revenue curve and producer's equilibrium. I think yesterday we spoke about producer's equilibrium. Or quickly, I'll give a recap of producer's equilibrium. What did we say? Producer's equilibrium, we have two conditions. One, where did I leave the pen? So, okay, two conditions you have in producer's equilibrium. Because producer is nothing but one who wants to make a profit. Like he uses the combination of input in such a way that he maximizes output and he reaches a profit. And we call this level of production is called as producer's equilibrium. To achieve this only, we are using isocont curve and isocost. Isocont, combination of two inputs giving same level of output. You're employing both in certain level to get a certain level of output. And iso cost, two factors, the cost involved in two factors in which an investor can like invest. So the combination of these two graphs only. So I'll quickly draw. It is more or less like a indifference curve. Again, marking y and marking x. Indifference curve, this is isocost curve. This is isoquant curve. Okay, curve is like this. Isocost will be something tangent to this like this. And a group of isoquant curve will be isoquant map, because we saw same thing in indifference curve and indifference map. Group of curves form a map. Then, so producer's equilibrium, there is a range where MR is equal to and MC should cut MR from below. MR is equal to MC and MR should cut MC from below. So MC should cut. This MC should cut MR from below. I think yesterday we spoke about cost curves and different types of costs. FC, fixed cost, variable cost, average fixed cost, average variable cost, average total cost. All these we saw. And I think I would have given you the data set and asking you to draw it. When you draw the curve, you will be getting a better idea. So if this is output and this is cost and this will be fixed cost. Because cost which is fixed, it doesn't change with output. How much ever output can be, cost never changes. And variable cost is cost which varies with the output. This is variable cost because initially your income is zero, and then as output increases, your income level also increases. That is what it is. And then total of fixed cost plus variable cost is equal to total cost. So it comes like this, parallel to variable cost. And then you have average fixed cost, average variable cost, average total cost. What was the average fixed cost? Average fixed cost was fixed cost by output. Average variable cost is variable cost by output. Average total cost is total cost by output, or average fixed cost plus average variable cost. That's all. Now you can try, that is why I said you can try drawing the graph. And again, there's something called as marginal cost. What is marginal cost? The cost which is incurred by producing one extra unit of output. What is the cost involved? What is the cost embedded with it? So when you try to draw this average fixed cost, average variable cost, obviously your again cost is here and output is here. Kindly try drawing once. If you just look at your eyes, you cannot go and write your exam. Try to draw once with the data set given. I think I provided the data set, or when I share the PPT with you, the data set will be there. Kindly try to see. This is MC curve. MC curve always comes like this, and this will go like this. What is this? This will be average total cost. Marginal cost, average total cost, and output. So average total cost, when you draw, it will be like this, somewhat like this. So kindly try drawing and try to get a, what is this? Yes. And yeah, then once this is done, we are speaking about a perfect competitive market which is perfect. There's large number of buyers and sellers. And here imperfect means it's not perfect. That's all. And under imperfect competitive market, we have monopoly, duopoly, oligopoly, monopolistic competition. Monopoly means single seller. He's the only person you would have come across this word term called monopoly. Single seller, there are many buyers, and duopoly is nothing but there are two. Duo means two, just two people. Okay, there will be only two sellers and many buyers. Oligopoly, many sellers, not many sellers, few sellers, few sellers and many buyers. This is a realistic market, actually, oligopoly. Monopolistic competition, it is a combination of monopoly and perfect competitive firm. What is perfect competition? Many buyers and many sellers. Quickly, we'll see the characteristics of each market. And this is, we check with the syllabus and move down.
Ma'am,
Yeah.
ma'am, does the profit remain constant in a perfectly competitive market?
The profit can be, see, that is what is called the perfect competitive market. Sometimes in short run, you can get some sort of profit. There is a different technique with that. Okay, there is two scenario. One is short run and other one is long run. So short run, sometimes you can get, okay, there'll be little profit, seeing that there are many people. I'll give an example, I'll tell you, you just understand. Assuming that there is a milk market. Okay, milk market is there, and they are telling, okay, per liter milk is 55 rupees or something, and the market is going well, and what happened, it is you who are supplying the milk and you got enough. And once it is in short run, you're getting some sort of profit in short run, the life is going on like that. Then what happens, on seeing you, many people in your place, they say, okay, they think, yes, this is a very good what is it, this is a very good idea. Why can't we also do the same thing? Like, we can have we can also try to supply milk. So when more suppliers are coming, actually what will happen is your this is, I'm just drawing, let me know whether the screen is visible. Is the screen visible?
It's visible, ma'am.
Okay, so this is price and this is quantity demanded and quantity supply. That is why I'm always asking you to mark the axis. And this will be demand slopes down and the supply goes up. So what is this? This was the, now I said this is a market of a milk market. And when it goes to firm, when there are more people are supplying, when you know that more people are supplying, what happens? Also, this in short run itself and tell you, when more people are supplying, supply shifts, right? When there are more people who are going to supply the same milk, actually the supply shifts. And what happens, for the same price, there are more people to supply, the supply is increasing. Are you getting this point? When more people are
Yes,
supplying,
ma'am.
what happens, somehow you'll be getting, initially you're getting some sort of profit, and then in long run, what will actually happen is, in long run the price will remain the same, because there are so many people and you're getting into the into a industry or factory where you have to sell the milk as a bulk. So obviously the price will be less. But the thing what will happen here is, there'll be three cases in perfect competitive market. One, there can be profit in short run. In long run, it will be a break even point. That is, yesterday I said to you, what is profit? Profit is revenue minus cost. When revenue becomes equal to cost, that is a break even point. It's neither profit nor loss. It's fine. Life is going like that. You didn't expect much. It's normal profit. You won't get a super normal profit like a monopoly guy. So you'll be getting a normal profit in perfect competitive firm. And then,
Madam, in case of windfall gain, in suppose there is a curfew in the city and milk prices is limited. Sorry, milk quantity is limited. Then
yeah, then things will be different, right? So your milk, the supply is coming down here. And what will happen? There are other things in perfect competitive firm. Due to time limit, I'm not bringing it. There is something called as price ceiling and price floor, where government will implement that. When they know this is a important commodity and people have to use it, there the government will interfere and they will fix something called as price floor or price ceiling. Price ceiling in the sense, it will be something down. Ceiling is always on the top, right? But in perfect in economic theory, ceiling will be here, price ceiling. So a supplier cannot increase the price more than that. He has to abide to the price. All these will happen in perfect competitive firm. So in that case, you have to abide to the rules and regulations, and there can be a situation where you have to say, you're not a monopoly, right? A monopoly means you are the one who's fixing the price. a perfect competitive firm where there are a lot of the milk. There are other people who can supply milk, or there are other people who are there to give the rice, orange, mangoes. The other thing is product are homogeneous. That is very important in perfect competitive firm. Homogeneous in the sense you'll be having the same product and there are many people to supply the product. In that case, in perfect competitive firm, you will come across these three cases. One, there can be there will be a case where you can have a break-even point. We call it as a break-even point when revenue is equal to cost. Very rarely you get a place where we call as profit. When it is a loss, there will be a shutdown rule that is applicable only in perfect competitive firm. When the cost, the price line, this is a price line, right? The price line in perfect competitive firm, it is a demand curve, it is a marginal revenue curve, it is a AR curve in perfect competitive market. I think I have given you the thing and all over here. I think you can see the slide. So just these are the characteristics and this will be the curve. This is what we are speaking. The price line is here. Can you see the price line? Price line is
Yes,
AR
ma'am.
curve. MR curve is also there. This is also AR curve, MR curve, demand curve. And this is MC curve and this is average total cost curve. So under this case, there will be a scenario where when your price line lies below the average variable cost curve, there are cases when it happens. So when it lies below, then it is better to shut down the factory because there's no point in running it because it is a loss for you. It will be a loss for you because it means that there are more producers who will be supplying the commodity with a price where you cannot compete in the firm. When the average when the price line is just correctly exact to the cost curve, then it is no loss, no gain. It is called as a break-even point. When it is above, yes, definitely, obviously, you will be having some sort of profit here. Again, I'm telling profit can depend. Sometimes you will have profit also, but most of the time here, you will be having, this is the only case which happens here in that you can find only in perfect competitive firm. So the characteristics, as I said, they have a perfect homogeneous product and low barriers to entry. Like the government is not going to interfere and you are the price taker because there are many producers who are selling it at the same price. Over here, as I said, as the revenue curve, the demand curve, revenue curve, as well as the price line, everything is parallel to your x-axis. And there's something called as producer's equilibrium. I said producer's equilibrium is where MR is equal to MC and then MC curve should cut from below. When MC curve cuts from below, then you'll know, yes, you have a profit, you have a shutdown rule, you have a break-even point. So these are what did I say? This is important rules for a producer equilibrium. Moving on to the next market, it is oligopoly. Okay, here I'm having monopoly. Okay, monopoly is nothing but there's only one single large firm. He's the only seller. He's the only person who produces that. And there are so many people who buys that particular commodity. But because there are many buyers are there. Only one seller, many buyers. And what happens in this case? In this case, you can see because there is no close substitute. It is only person. He's a single man economy. He's selling the product and there's a high barrier to entry. He is the only one who fixes the price. Whatever price he fixes, people will abide to the price and then they have to get it because he's the only seller. There's no one else to sell it. Over here, you can see the AR and MR curve, which I gave the, table, right? It'll be somewhat like this. So here you can see MR curve MR curve cut MC curve. When MR and MC cuts, this is the price line. When MR and MC cut, this is MR curve, this is MR curve and MC curve cuts here. MR and MC cuts, I'm marking it as E. So this will be the line. So you have to fix this point, go straight to the AR curve, and then you have to fix the price. This will be your price. He is the price maker. He cannot be a price taker because he sells a product which is homogeneous, which is heterogeneous. There's no close substitute. There's no one else to produce like him. So in this case, he is a person who is selling it. And then the profit over here, I think I've marked the profit also over here. The profit, he'll be a profit maker. He can have even a supernormal profit. So this is a monopoly case where you can have this. And then mostly the example which is given over here is railways. The monopoly situation where there are a large number of buyers will be there and only one seller. As you know, the features over here are buyers are there. No individual buyer can influence the market demand because only one seller is there, and price discrimination can be found in this market. What is price discrimination? From the name itself, you know, discrimination is there. Some discrimination is there in price. That's all. So that point also you can write here. Just don't leave any question unanswered. Again, I'm repeatedly telling this. Write, you know, something of the question which is coming to you, not only in this subject, in all the subjects. So try to answer all the questions. Price discrimination, I said. So what is price discrimination? Meaning that there is a discrimination in the price. Same commodity or same dal, when you go to a cost price shop, you know what is the rate. When you go to the mall, you know what is the rate. And when you go to a supermarket, you know what is the rate. There is a discrimination. Same flight. Flight is starting from the same point and destination point is the same. But within it, you have an economy class and you have a other class also. Same movie. But now I don't know whether I can fit in movie, because initially there was a ticket where people used to sit close to the screen, and there was a box also where we can sit inside. And the train also you can have. Senior citizen, they have some sort of discrimination in price for students and for normal people. Destination point is the same. This is price discrimination. And in price discrimination, you have first degree, second degree, and third degree. So I've shared it in the slide. I finished that also because it's coming in monopoly competition form. So better, I thought I'll finish it. Over here, as I said, he is a price maker. And again, I'm recalling this to you. You know what is this? Elasticity. Do you remember this? We saw in the first class. Inelastic demand. What is inelastic demand? A small or a greater change in price will not affect the quantity demanded to a larger extent. Meaning, a change in price will be greater than change in quantity demanded. That is what monopoly is having here. His demand curve is like that. His demand curve will be less elastic, meaning change in price will be greater than change in quantity demanded because there are no close substitutes. So obviously it is an inelastic demand. And then revenue curve. This is the revenue curve. Average revenue and marginal revenue. You can draw it separately. See, the marginal revenue is nothing but, average revenue is nothing but price curve or demand curve in case of producer. And then marginal revenue should cut 50 in between. And then what is the producer's equilibrium here? After drawing this, marginal revenue is here. After drawing this, what is happening? MC curve. MC should cut MR from below. That is the first rule. And then when MC cuts MR, fix the price. So move straight to the demand curve and then fix the price. This is a price and this is a quantity demanded. What a monopoly can give. Then we have we speak about oligopoly market. What is oligopoly market? Oligopoly market is nothing but few sellers are there. Very few sellers. It is a market in which there are large number of buyers, but only few sellers. This is a realistic market, and you have an interesting cases over here. What you can see, the features will be large buyers, and no individual buyers can influence the market demand because very few sellers are there. See, there is something called as what to say? The demand curve will not be stable here. Where? In this oligopoly market, few sellers. In the sense, you can have the cell phone companies or few milk sellers are there, no? Like Arvin, Amul, what to say, that Milky Mist. I think they sell milk also? I'm not sure about it. There are milk product companies. There are few sellers. There is interdependency in decision making in this particular market. This will be an important question also. So there will be interdependency. What do you mean by interdependency? Quickly, I'll give you an example. Assuming in your city, you have 4 to 5 areas in your city. Okay, so in that 4-5 areas only, you have this particular seller who's selling this commodity. Understand the example. You are in your city. There are only 4-5 locations in your city where the seller is selling his goods. So what will happen in the sense, these sellers always, they come together and they'll fix the price. They'll say, okay, see, we'll have this price. So when he comes to your area, you sell this price. My area, I'll be selling this price, because there are few sellers. 5 to 6 people are selling in that market. Suddenly, one person, what he'll thinking, this happens. This will definitely happen in oligopoly market. So what will one people think? He will say, what happens if he reduce the price? Okay, so this is a price and this is quantity demanded and this is your demand curve. Quickly, the price will be there. No, what will happen is he'll try to reduce the price. One person, when he reduces the price, suddenly you can see most of the buyers are going to get the commodity from that seller only. And immediately the others will come to notice this. What happens? Why no one is coming here? Price fluctuation will be in this market only. It is, we call this as indeterminate demand curve. Kinked, Kinked, kinked demand curve. Why kinked demand curve? Kinked means in simple English is twist. There is a twist in demand, and then obviously else other people have to follow it. So only the demand curve will not have its shape like other markets. Oligopoly market, it's interdependency in decision making. If there is a price fall in one market or one location in the city, it may lead to the price fall in other locations also. Example, I can say, okay, 3G plan or 4G plan, they're telling, okay, there's a price fall. Suddenly people are getting it. And in other people are forced to reduce the price because there are only few sellers here. And this is the only realistic market where 80% of advertisement is oligopoly market in the TV. When you open the TV, you can see the advertisement. Car companies, advertisement, cell phone, milk. So realistic market, which has a high spending in advertisement only, high advertisement expenditure will be here. And the indeterminate demand curve, which you call as kink demand curve, that is why it does not follow, and it has a limited scope. As I said, this is a realistic market. Limited number of firms will be there. As I said, car industry can be there, or milk. Okay, and this is a curve over here. These are the key points which you have to notice in oligopoly market. And then we have monopolistic competition. What did I say? Monopolistic competition is nothing but it is a combination of monopoly and a perfect competitive firm. Example, what can I give? I can give an example of soap. I can give to start with, I can give an example of fast food, shampoo. And then even I can speak about what is a jewelry shop. Why? Because there are large number of sellers will be there, but with few differentiate product. You imagine the jewelry shop. Few differentiated product will be there. When you get into the market or when you get into the place only, you will know what what type of advantage is there in the product, in the price, what they are trying to do. So it is a combination of monopoly and monopolistic market. Sometimes they'll say 1 gram we reduce so much, or you buy this, we are giving an extra of so much gift. Only when you enter it, you will know. So they have some control over price. They cannot be close substitutes, but they have a differentiated product. Only when you go inside, you will know what type of different things they are having inside. So the brand, like perfect competitive firm also, we say it is large number of buyers will be there and large number of sellers are also there, but differentiated product. There you have homogeneous product. Kindly take a note. You can have a difference between perfect competitive market, monopoly, and monopolistic market. In monopolistic market, this is the, what is this? This is the AR and MR curve. What happens here? Here, I think again I'm bringing the elasticity here, price and quantity demanded. What is this? Elastic demand. A small change in price will affect the quantity demanded to a larger extent. That is what we saw in the first class. So delta P will be less than delta D. So this is a demand curve. So what is this? If they reduce the price, people will be coming more. People will be getting more. A small 50% extra in the soap, immediately you can get the market. Yes. Skimming profit, I think in marketing, if you have studied about this, so that we can speak over here. And then try to see this differentiation in a perfect competitor, monopoly and monopolistic competition. Sometimes, most of the times, it can be asked in the exam. Okay, then about the summary of each and every market. Yes, I didn't speak about duopoly. These are the mainly four, and this is
Ma'am?
competitive. Yes.
Ma'am, so in oligopoly, it will be E greater than 1. That means relatively elastic.
Relatively elastic. Yes, what happens? Yes, obviously it is greater than one only because that is what we are having, right? It is one, and this side it's less than one because it is inelastic, and here it is greater than one till infinity. Yes, you're
Okay,
correct.
okay, ma'am.
Okay. So then, kindly have a look at it. This was imperfect competitive firm, and I spoke about duopoly. What is duo? Two people. Duet has been done by only two people. So duopoly means only two sellers are there and many buyers will be there. Two sellers. So in your place, you can be a big seller, and in another area of your city itself, there is another place. So both of you, what you can do, you can come together and you can fix the price. Because either to you or to your friend only, they'll go to buy the commodity. So you are the one who can fix the price here. Okay. So this is duopoly is a special type of oligopoly market. In many textbooks it's given like that, or sometimes you can say duopoly itself they are giving it as a different what to say as a different market itself they are giving, but in certain things they are telling oligopoly. Duopoly is a special type of oligopoly market because there are two sellers and oligopoly few sellers. Okay, so till this the market is done, and then price discrimination we have already spoken. And equilibrium price, I already said here, this is what equilibrium price comes when price and when supply and demand curve meets each other. Profit, as I said, I'll quickly tell over here about profit. And this is over here, I think you can see this. Yesterday we spoke about this. What is this? E is nothing but equilibrium point, and this equilibrium quantity, and this is equilibrium. Sorry, this is equilibrium quantity, and this is equilibrium price. So what is total revenue here? Total revenue is equal to P into Q. So total revenue will be 3 into 30. So your TR will be 3 into 30. 3 into 30 is 90. Your TR will be 90. So your profit has revenue minus cost. So revenue is 90. If your cost curve is somewhere here, it's below, somewhere here below, I'll bring it down here. If your cost is somewhere here, and then if your cost is this much, 2 into 30, so it is 90 minus 60, you'll be having as 30. So I don't know whether you have numerical problems, but revenue and profit is nothing but revenue minus cost. To give a brief introduction about this, I took this graph. And quickly we are moving on to the comparison. King demand curve, again I'm telling, king demand curve is nothing but king is a twist. Even in many competitive exams, they say they ask this type of question, which market this king demand curve is very easily you can identify it. It can be identified in oligopoly market, and price discrimination can be seen in monopoly market. Okay, so I'll share this. If in case I can add few more extra notes, I'll try to add the extra notes here, and I'll send this PPT, share this PPT. And yes, moving on to the final unit because we have less time. We have to move on to the final unit. Where are we? Yes, general equilibrium and welfare economics. Welfare economics and general equilibrium. Okay, what is this welfare? Welfare means well-being. So we are going to see something over here. What we'll be looking in this very quickly. We have to move because we are in the final unit, and very less limited time is left. And over here, welfare economics means, as I said, it is a well-being of people. How we from the beginning we spoke. What are we speaking about? The resources. How resources can be allocated between individual. Allocation of resources, how does it affect the social welfare? That is what we'll be seeing. It is also a branch of economics which is used in microeconomics. Okay, it is a technique which determines the allocating efficiency. And here we'll be speaking about production possibility curve. And yesterday also we saw, again we'll be speaking here marginal rate of technical substitution and general equilibrium, Pareto optimality, Edward box. So this you will be seeing in welfare. Welfare means well-being. When, if in case you're not able to think anything in the exam, just think about a simple English meaning of that word and try to fix an economics. Yeah, the spelling is wrong. Try to speak in an economic term. This will not, this definitely will give you some marks rather than getting 0 marks. Okay, so don't leave any question unanswered. This is a technique to determine the allocating efficiency within the economy, and especially income distribution allocated with it. It analyzes different states in which the market or economy can be. We can even plug it with the market also. Mainly it is economic only, how economy, how people will be affected, or how like one will be gaining and will the other be losing. That is what reality is. So that we'll be speaking here. And the main objective is to find an indicator or measure it in order to guarantee that markets are behaving optimally. Market must behave optimally. Thus, also we guarantee that consumer welfare. What is consumer welfare? Consumers' well-being should be as high as possible, because in perfect competitive firm there is something called as normally there is something called as consumer equilibrium. You know what is consumer equilibrium? Producers consumer surplus. Consumer surplus, I spoke about this in first few classes. What is surplus? Surplus is something more. A commodity which you buy, you feel that the monetary amount which you spend for it is less than the benefit which it's giving. Because who's a consumer? Maximizing maximizing utility. So his satisfaction must be maximized. But he feels whatever he spent for this is less, but the satisfaction he's getting is more. Usually the example they give is newspaper, matchbox, candle. And sometimes I used to speak about gas lighter also. Because for 100 rupees or 150 rupees we are getting, and we can see that it's working for 1 year, the satisfaction will be more when you go and have a survey with the housewives or the people who are usually using it. And then what is a producer surplus? What is surplus? Again here it's more. What is producer's objective? Maximizing profit, maximizing output, maximizing cost. Sorry, minimizing cost with minimum cost, maximizing production, maximizing sales. So when he'll be happy? When he's getting a maximum profit with minimum cost. Maximum sales is there. He did not spend much, but his sales is maximum. He's happy about it. So economy is said, we have this, right? Consumer and producer. What is this? Demand curve. Demand curve and supply curve. This is a price. This is a quantity demanded. Economics is nothing without graph. Mark the axis, and you know economics is, we always speak about two commodities because we have x-axis and y-axis, and try to imagine with n number of commodities. After this I should speak about market period. Yesterday I spoke, but quickly I'll give a recap. So what is it? Yes, the producer's equilibrium and consumer's equilibrium will be in such a case that both will be happy, and there will never be dead weight loss. Take down this word called as dead weight loss. When there is a deadweight loss, it means it is a loss to the economy. So, meaning the consumer and producer must be happy, means the economy is also happy. The welfare is fine. Well-being is good in an economy. So when consumer and producer don't have that equilibrium, there will be a space here. The space we call it as deadweight loss. Exactly, it will be somewhere like this. In between, it will be there. We call it as deadweight loss, loss to the economy. So that we speak in the welfare economics. So everywhere, the consumers' well-being, producers' well-being, and how they are optimally the resources have been allocated. So we'll here we'll be speaking about this marginal rate of well, I'll start with the PPC curve, production possibility curve. I think in your class only I've given this production possibility curve. We have a curve like this. What is this? How the same level of productivity can be maintained by increasing the factor of one production and decreasing the factor of another. And in depth, which if I can speak, this is commodity 1 and commodity good 2, or a good 1 and good 2. There is something we can have something, what is it, constant, and another one is increasing opportunity cost when I come here. But now I'm going to speak only about production possibility curve or production possibility frontier. We call it as production possibility curve or production possibility. I think I said to you only, because we have to, whether they have to produce food in case of famine, or they have to produce weapon in case of war. How to produce, for whom to produce, when to produce, that also can be fixed here. So the choice that must be made in such a way that you should know for which I should give the weightage using the available resources. Economics, when you speak, it's nothing but without production possibility curve. In macro or micro, both, we have this production possibility, the importance of this, opportunity cost in both, trade-off in both. So 5 key points will be there, which speaks the entire economics itself. So those keywords, again, I'm telling you have to know about these keywords when you're writing your exams. Trade-off can be written. Production possibility curve, production. Then what did I say? Opportunity cost. Resources, limited resources. When there are so many people in an economy, they should know how much resource must be allocated. So that is what we are speaking over here. And I'll give you a table. You take a note of this table, and after the class also, you can try drawing it. 3, 2, 1, 0. This is combination A, B, C, D, and E. Again, to give a recap, this is production possibility schedule. I think I have spoken to you about demand schedule and supply schedule. Schedule is nothing but a table which speaks about the combination. So this is, what is this? This will be the production possibility schedule, and this will be good 1, and this will be good 2. And here it is 0, 2, 4, 6, and 8. Try drawing this. We'll be getting something like this. It can be even straight also, no issue. Something like this. So it will be good 1 and good 2, and the points will be A, B, C, D, E. You're marking the points. So 4 and 0 will be here. So 4 and 0 means A, B, C, D. So these points, we are plugging these points. Something which is important to know here is any point within inside the curve is not feasible in the sense you are not utilizing the resource properly. Always we can give an example. The students' work and the output in the exam. If you use your resources efficiently, if you use your your IQs efficiently, you will be lying on the curve. Meaning it is fully optimized. The optimal use of resources means you will be on the curve. Inside the curve means you are not utilizing the resources to the full efficiency. Outside the curve, They say it is not at all feasible. But there are other theories, reason theories. This is 1800 story means reason theory says you can attain it provided the technology, with the technology enhancement, with the economy improvement, you can attain the point even outside. So that is out now. So you need to speak about these things, which speaks about the same, you're producing the same level of productivity can be maintained by increasing one factor and reducing the other factor. This is production possibility curve. And try to draw this graph. You can see what happens within. Inside means you're not utilizing the resources fully, and outside you can say that yes, it is not feasible, but it is possible when the technology and enhancement is there, or advancement is there, as well as increase in supply or the factor of production, you can reach that state. So then here we can speak about the slope. Again, I'm drawing it. Same thing, I'm drawing the slope over here, y and x. Okay, what does this say? This it speaks about marginal rate of technical substitution. Yesterday we spoke. It is a rate at which the factors must decrease. One factor must decrease and another must increase to retain the same level of productivity. Now we said no. We can term this as marginal rate of technical substitution. In microeconomics, we call it, even in macro also we use it, as I said. So, or the rate of technical rate of substitution. In certain books, it can give it, they will be giving us technical rate of substitution. The amount by which the quantity of one input can be reduced when one extra unit of another input is used, so that the output remains constant. Okay, and then so quickly I will give, because we have 5 to 10 minutes, that's all. And here from your textbook, from the syllabus only, I have done this. What is partial equilibrium and general equilibrium? We will be speaking about Pareto efficiency. Okay. Okay, when I come there, I'll tell you. This is, you're speaking about what happens in general equilibrium, means the equilibrium which there are many variables. And partial equilibrium, when other variables are kept constant, you're considering only two factors. There are other factors also. For example, I'm giving this example. What is it? If I say, okay, your study time depends upon your marks depends upon your study time. These two are the main key variables. But there are other variables also, like the psychological factor can be there, or your health factor can be there, or the teaching materials can be there. All these are kept constant. So you're using only two variables at a time, where the rest of the variables are kept constant. And it also partial equilibrium, since it's partial, because we speak about this as partial correlation, partial regression, everything. Speaking about main two people, or not even main, any two people, be keeping the rest as constant. So I speak about the marks you're getting and time you spend for study. That's all. There are other factors also. I'm not taking that into consideration. So the other factors are neglected here, right? I'm keeping that as constant, but definitely there's a psychological factor. Assuming I'm not well yesterday, how can I do well in the exam today? Some psychologically I'm not okay. I'm not able to study well. Some party was there. All these are the factors which I kept, and it is micro in nature. This partial equilibrium. And we can speak about consumer, since it's micro means consumer, firm, a single firm, industry, market comes here. General equilibrium, it has many variables using at a time. It takes into account what happens when your when the psychological factor comes. What does it affect your mark? We are speaking about that also. And then it is macro in nature. It studies about the equilibrium position of the economy as a whole. And this is called as an Edward box. I think you remember about we spoke about. Where can I draw? We spoke about. I'm drawing here. I think you can see this graph, the top. We speak about indifference curve, right? What was indifference curve? Combination of two giving same level of satisfaction. I asked you to take some example of your own, which you like most. One scoop of ice cream with two scoops of with two sweets. Any jalebi, two jalebis, or five jalebi with three scoops of ice creams. I think I gave a table also. What was it? More than when you move forward, this was called as IC1, and this is good 1 and good 2. And the combination of two giving same level of satisfaction. There will be different combinations. When you draw with the table, you'll know. And when you're moving forward, meaning you're in better position. Now there are extra 4 scoops of ice cream and with 5 jalebis, which was not in the early. So again, it is a psychological concept. Economics mostly speaks about psychological concepts. You don't know how to capture it. So what is this? Moving forward. And in this case, this is called as an Edward box. So this is what we saw. Okay. What is this? Good 1 and good 2. This is good 1 and good 2. Of, I can speak country 1 or individual 1. So moving forward means you're in better off. Then you have another country or another individual too here. So what happens? He tries to move forward. Right? When you try to draw the locus points, the points in between, whichever there is a point which intersects with other, because you move forward, right? That is what is here. Pareto efficiency, Edward box, we call this as. So this is actually a graphical model of general equilibrium, where it says about the indifference curve of two goods. Two goods, as I said, two inputs are the labor and capital is given over here. And this is called as an Edward box. Unit 5 we are speaking. And it's a combination of capital as well as labor, where it produces with a given technology. That is why we spoke about production possibility curve. With full employment is there. Labor is fixed. And here, actually, they speak one point which says there is no, this is what we call as a Pareto efficiency. How the resources are allocated. One person better off without making someone else worse off. This is the important thing in welfare economics or welfare. We are speaking about the well-being. How the resources must be efficiently allocated. The efficiency. How the input must be allocated within the firm, among the firm, and the choice of outputs by the firm. Who you're supposed to give. What is the maximum output I can produce? By the which combination? So there only we speak about this production possibility frontier or production possibility curve, and we speak about this Pareto efficiency, meaning this is a general equilibrium model. It is not possible to make anyone else, someone will be affected by this. Without making someone else worse off, how to make a person better off? That is a key. What is a key terminology over here, or that is a key word which you have to remember in this unit. And yeah, whatever I thought, I'll just give it a simple quick recap. There is a Walrus model over here. It is a long run model in which the price of the capital good remains the same, whether they appear as input or output. The capital remains the same, in which same level of profit is earned. And welfare economics, again, we already studied it. I'm not going to read it again. And classical economic welfare. It says it gives a classical view about the welfare. What did I say? It spoke about the income. So it confined to the production of material wealth. And Pigu's economic welfare is here, which argues that the increase in the production of a national income or income of an individual. Here you can speak about income of an individual. And the increase in the inequality. What is inequality? In an economy, you can see that the income distribution is not the same. We get a curve here. The distribution of income is not the same. So what happens? which will promote the economic welfare and the economic thought, which, because finally we have this Kelder-Hicks efficiency point. This is also speaks about the allocation of resources when it produces more benefit. Benefit is greater than cost benefit analysis. So overall, this welfare economics, what does it speak? It speaks about making a efficient use of resources without compromising. And what happens? You can, without making someone else worse off, how you can be better off in an economy, because it is speaking about welfare, well-being of an individual. Okay, so with this I should say that yes, uh, the syllabus is over, because some of this is the last class. Anyway, I'll be sharing this PPT with extra or whatever I can add, because final unit we need to speak more, but quickly we have given a recap. So I'll be sending this. Kindly have a look at it, and all the very best for your exams. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So good morning, Payal. Good morning, Shekhar. I hope so I'm audible to both of you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. So we'll start our class. Just give me a minute. I'll start in a minute. I hope so. This is not the last class with you all. I will have one more class with you all.
No, ma'am, I think this is the last class.
Okay, fine. Then also that's not an issue. Okay, then we'll do it. Okay, is my screen visible to all of you? Payal and Shekhar?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So today we are going to talk about very important matters. Like we always we're facing some choices in our life. Like it's a kind of a trade-off, and where in this trade-off we keep something with ourselves and let go of something, and we make decision accordingly. So today we are going to talk about the consumption decision, the financial decision made by the companies, and how the overall economy are affected by these decisions. So there are some sentences which I have written here that people face trade-off. Buying more one good leaves less income to buy other goods. Do you all agree? The line is saying that if we buy some goods, we give away some income, and then the income which is left with us may be less, or maybe those income which is gone away, you cannot use them for the other goods. So the more you buy the goods, you are left with less and less income, and you are left with more choices as to what to buy and how to buy, very efficiently, so that you can fulfill your consumption desire. Another trade off, which we always talk about, working more hour means more income, more consumption, but less leisure time. Let's take an example. Right now, you people are attending your online classes. So you have two choices, either not to attend them, and if you don't attend them, then you'll not be able to understand your subject matter, and then you may not be able to, explain it, or you will not be able to get a good marks in your exams. On the other hand, in order to attend these classes, you need to go away with your leisure. That means you could have gone to somewhere park, you could have spent your time by sleeping something, but you're trying to make some trade-off. Again, the third sentence says, reducing saving allows more consumption today, but reduces future consumption. If you start, investing or spending more money as of today, then in future you may not have that much of saving, which you may require in for the future purpose. So these kind of trade-off or choices or options, it keeps on coming to our daily life, and this is what we are going to talk about from the side of consumer perspective, from the producer perspective, and from the overall economy. So when we talk of consumer preferences, a consumer when a consumer goes to a market, he is surrounded by lot of opportunities, lot of options. More than one or more commodities is available. The type of commodity which he or she is referring to, the substitute of those commodities is also available. So there's a big basket for the consumer, and in this basket the consumer, based on the preference, choice and taste and preference, make that basket. Two apples, four bananas, one t-shirt, two jeans, one chicken biryani. So the kind of the basket and the combination which consumer shows in the preference is, imaginary. It's a kind of imaginary basket where he and she is making some sort of a combination, taking some, leaving something, adding new, removing the past thing. So here's an example given that Hurley divides his income between two goods, fish and mangoes. A consumption bundle in combination of, let's say, with his given income, he wants to buy 40 units of fish and 300 units of mangoes. That means with his limited income, whatever income he has, he will be dividing that income between two commodities, that is fish and mangoes. And what unit he wants to buy? 40 units of fish and 300 units of mangoes. Now, this is a constraint that he cannot go beyond his income level. Whatever income he or she has, he has to buy the combination which he prefers or she prefers within that limited income. And that is why this term is given as budget constraint. That is the limit on the consumption bundle that a consumer can afford. So here is a question for all both of you. Please listen to the question and visualize as well. Early income is $1,200 and the price of the fish is $4 per fish and the price of mango is $1 per mango. So there are three questions. If Hurley spends all his income on fish, how many fish does he buy? If Hurley spend all his income on mangoes, how many mango does he buy? If Hurley buys 100 fish, how many mangoes can he buy? So please try to answer these three questions, then we move forward. Shekhar and Payal.
Ma'am, the first one will be 300 fish.
Yes.
How?
First will be
How did you calculate that?
because
Ma'am,
of
1200 divided by $4.
Okay, excellent. Second,
1200 mangoes.
1200 mangoes. How did you calculate that, Shekhar?
Then the criteria will same. $1 is the price of per mango. So about the whole 1200, if you divide it, then we got the answer.
Okay. The third question.
Madam, 400.
No. The question is how many mangoes he can buy.
Ma'am,
800.
800.
Correct. So that means if Hurley spends all his income on fish, he can buy 300 units. And if he spend all his income on mangoes, he can buy 1200 unit of mangoes. Now this is what is shown in this graph. On x-axis we have fish, on y-axis we have mangoes, and with his limited income, that is 1200, he can buy either spend entire unit on mangoes, or he can spend entire unit on buying fish. But if he choose to buy a combination of both, then he can have A, B, C. He can set his combination between this. Like for example, if 100 unit of fish he is buying, he can have 800 unit of mangoes. Now these combination, this place, this area is referred as budget space, and this orange line is known as to be your budget constraint line. That means he or she cannot go beyond this line until and unless the income is increased. When the income is increased, obviously this line will shift towards right hand side. So with the given money income and the prices of the goods, the maximum amount which the person can buy for mango and fish is 1200 and 300 respectively. However, we are a human being with a rational thinking mind, so we always try to buy some combination, maybe A, B, C, maybe reflecting any numbers, and the space is known as budget space. Now, this constraint which I showed is actually a constraint referring to a concept of indifference curve, which represent all combination of market basket that provide same level of satisfaction to a person. Now, when I say same level of satisfaction, if you see the person is moving from A to B, the combination, so the amount of mangoes which he or she is ready to give up is compensated through the amount of fish which is added to his or her basket. So that is why it is said that on this line, when you are shifting, you are moving, the consumer will find same level of satisfaction, which is shown in this indifference curve graph. You can see there's another example that there's a combination where a person has a basket of two things, clothes and food. Unit per week is given, and you can see if he's having 50 units of clothes, that time he's having 10 units of food in his basket. But when he tried to lower down the combination from 50 to 40, he's compensated with 10 extra unit of food. So the loss or the thing which he's ready to forgive is compensated with what is added, and that is why he gets the same level of satisfaction on this curve of U1, that is BAD. He gets the same. This preference which is shown, this curve is known as indifference curve, and it is downward sloping. Few points to be remembered of this curve: that it is steeper on the left hand side and flatter on the right hand side. It is a non-linear curve. When I say non-linear, it means the value of this curve at point B, at point A, and point D will not be same, because the slope value changes. Here the slope, here the slope, here there is a different value, and that is why it is non-linear. Moreover, in your books, it may be, in order to make you understand this consumer preference curve or indifference curve, they show different kinds of curve. For example, they will show that the indifference curve is, vertical line parallel to x-axis. Imagine this line as a vertical line parallel to x-axis, or a horizontal line parallel to x-axis, or vertical line parallel to y-axis. Again, not possible, because indifference curve says there's a combination of two commodities and which provides same level of satisfaction. So in order to get the same level of satisfaction, the consumer will move on that curve from one point to another point, and in moving from one point to another point, he will be losing some, adding some. He cannot have a fixed amount of one combination and other combination will keep on changing. No, that will not happen. So that is why indifference curve cannot be vertical line parallel to y-axis or horizontal line parallel to x-axis. Moreover, it cannot be upward sloping. If it is upward sloping, that means if you connect point G, A, E, that is upward sloping, that means you are having both of the combination in equal amount, which is again not the part of the definition of indifference curve. So These are, important points to be kept in mind when you show your consumer preference with the help of indifference curve. First, it is a downward sloping curve, which is steeper on the left hand side, flatter on the right hand side. Next, it is a non-linear curve, and you need to also mention that it is an here the goods are imperfect substitute. That means there is no perfect substitute available for those goods. This curve cannot be upward sloping, or this curve cannot intersect each other. If they are intersecting, that means at same point of intersection we will have two different level of satisfaction, which is again not possible. So these consumer preferences, these choices which consumer is showing, the basket which they are ready to buy is the work or the way the production process is happening, the branding, the advertisement, a demonstration effect. If my friend has it, I also want to have it. And hence, these preferences curve is framed or formed so that it shows or it gives reflection of the society, that how people are buying commodities, what sort of quality of good they want to buy, what is the production level in the economic system, what sort of goods producer are producing, and what are the rules and regulation. All these preferences curves talks about that. So once we have spoken about the consumer preferences and their choices and how they work and how they combine their different combinations to form the basket, it is also very important to understand that the goods which is coming in front of you, who is producing it? What are the factors of production which are going behind, what are those labors doing, and how they are trying to indirectly satisfy your preference so that you can draw your preference curve and work accordingly. So this draws upon to a point of labor supply. People have a choice to work or not to work. Similarly, as a student, you have a choice to study or not to study. If not working, they'll remain at home and engage in leisure. Similarly, if you don't study, you just sit at home, you'll not be able to go anywhere and work because you don't have a knowledge and skill for it. So supply labor if price wage is greater than reservation wage. Obviously, if you work hard, if you work extra mile, you'll always get something extra. The benefits, the awards, the recognition. So the reservation wage is the minimum wage needed to attract a person away from leisure and into work, which represent the opportunity cost of labor. So again, we already have gone through the concept of opportunity cost, which says next best alternative foregone. So there must be something, minimum, something which should attract you, motivate you, so that you can go and work, you can go and study, so that you can do something better in your life. Anything. Similarly, if you see, I'll just connect it with your childhood times, when there must be some motivation when do some naughty things. Today I'll tease my sister, I'll tease my brother, I'll do something like that, which is funny, which is have some motivation behind it. So similarly, those laborers who are working, if you don't give them the desired or minimum wage, they will not come to work, and hence you'll not able to produce. And if you are not able to produce, you'll not be able to serve your product in the basket which consumer may prefer or may demand in the future course of time. So this reservation wage plays a very important role for the producers to keep labor in the company so that they can produce the goods at time when it is demanded in the economy. To simplify this analysis between the choice of work and leisure, let us assume that 7 days of 24 hours are available. labor is homogeneous and wage, and assume that wage date is marked as W. So you have 7 days, 24 hours available, homogeneous in terms of the skill set. Let's say they have the same set of skills. They know their things well, they have studied from same place, they have same skill set, the company has employed them, and now company is paying them a wage rate, let's say W. Now, the W is can be of any number, anything which you can think of. That is the number. Now, here is the graph for it. Income is on y-axis, and your leisure hour is on x-axis. So, if no work undertaken, then 168 hours of leisure taken, and income is 0. If you don't work, the entire time you're spending as leisure, you're sitting, enjoying, oh, life is so great, good, oh my god, I can have BMW car, I can do this, enjoying your leisure. But if worker then decides to work 1 hour, then leisure decline and income rises to W. Obviously, of 168 hours of leisure, you decide that instead of 168, I'll spend 167 hours in doing leisure activity and 1 hour working. That means it gives you a wage of W. Again, you decide 1 more hour of working and 166 hours of leisure. That means 2 hours of working, 2W. That is, you get wages for 2 hours. Similarly, this number keeps on reducing. The wage will also rise because you are working hard, spending more time, earning more skills, and going for development for your life. Now, this is what is shown as a constraint line, that is the maximum income line, that 168 is the leisure hour, which is you can avoid, or 168 hours you can spend as a maximum income in terms of wage. And you can, in this space, you can have a combination that you may spend only 1 hour in leisure and you can spend more hour in working, so that your income, your wage can increase to a level where you can maintain a decent standard of living. Similarly, if you see, I'll give you another example. Imagine the class of your 10th standard, 12th standard, where you have your boards and your parents were like, see, spend less time in talking and eating and study well, so you can score good marks, you can get a good college, you can go ahead, you can do whatever you want. Now there's somewhere an incentive given to you that if you work hard, if you spend your quality time, you do your proper research, you spend your time efficiently, you can go ahead. And if you don't do it, obviously you'll not be able to achieve your goal. So there's always a trade-off between the income and the leisure, that how you utilizes your time. U1, U2, U3 is basically a concept of utility, which says want satisfying power of a commodity. That means how do you use your income and leisure in order to satisfy yourself. If you spend your entire time having leisure time, obviously the utility derived from it would be high because you are spending your time like that. But if you spend your time, instead of giving away leisure and working more hours, your utility from that work would be much more greater than what you were enjoying in terms of leisure. I hope so I am clear to all of you till here. Payal and Shekhar.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So, based on this, combination, the labor supply makes a decision, and the decision has two effects. Let's read this slide. Once someone is working, how do they respond to a change in wage rate? Depends upon two key elements. Substitution effect. As wages rise, person works more and more. Substitution work for leisure as opportunity cost for leisure rises. Obviously, when there's a rise in wage, rise in salary, People tends to think that, oh, I have already got 80,000, 90,000. I can spend 1 hour in leisure. There's no issue, no problem. The income effect. As wage rises, person work less as his or her income has risen, thus allowing him or to spend more time in leisure. Again, there's another effect. See, my wages is rising. I need to work hard. If I work hard, I can have a better, decent standard of living. So whether I should, spend more working hour, or I should enjoy more leisure, or I should really work hard and I can, enjoy leisure a little late. So with these options, sometimes you're using substitution effect, sometimes you're using income effect. So in order to balance your decision as how to respond to a particular situation. This happens in our daily life as well. As a student or as a career oriented person, we are always faced with this choice whether I need to go office on time, or I can, spare 10 minutes, I can go 10 minutes, nothing will happen, or I can go on time, quickly finish my work, and I can leave the office on time so that I can join back at home and enjoy with my family. So these decisions and choices always keep on coming to our life, and we have to make wise choices as a rational thinker and thought person. These choices, this were terms of labor. First, we talked in terms of consumer. Now we talk in terms of labor who was working there. Now we talk in terms of company, that these choices, these working hours, how play an important role for a firm, for an industry, for a company, for a manufacturer, for a producer, for a seller, in terms of financing, controlling, and managing firms. Now, when you talk in terms of finance, controlling, and managing firms, two things plays a very important role: money management and process of acquiring fund. Now, any industry, any company who is working hard, a very small question but very important. Whenever they started the company, they must need some fund. They need some money to start that business. And this money which they are using to start their business, they can have their own money, they can borrow it from someone, they could have saved somewhere, or they could, have make some combinations of people investing their money in the form of equity or something, so that they can run the business, they can control the business, they can manage the business. The more efficiently the business is managed, the better results, the better growth you will have. If the funds, if the finance, if the management has a weak control on its labor, that means the labor would be enjoying more leisure hours and less working for the company. In recent past, we have many examples which you have must seen in the newspapers or in the news channel, where the company was shut down, and because of the lack of management, lack of managerial skills, lack of financing attitude, they lost the control over the company. So every firm is seeking for profit, and they also seek for wealth maximization. The action to increase profit should be undertaken, and those that decrease profit should be avoided. Obviously, we all want everything to be grow wisely, perfectly in our life, so that we can have, decent standard of living. So the company also wants that the labor or the workers who are working in their company should bring the company more profit, not losses. So if profit is to be added, whatever necessary steps, legal steps should be taken, so that company can grow and sustain. So if company grow and sustain, obviously they will be able to pay back to their workers properly. That is the minimum wage which can attract all the workers to remain in that company and acceptable to those workers. In specific operational terms, as applicable to financial management, the profit maximization criterion implies that the investment, financing, and dividend policy decision of a firm should be oriented towards the maximization of profit. Welfare is a very important concept, but just welfare will not do with the business. Business is a place where firms are investing their money, hard earned money. So they also want something return over it. So if it is not a return oriented goal, then the interest in investing those business, the interest in working hard for those business will go away. Now, this can be in terms of sole proprietorship, a partnership, or joint company organization. If this profit maximization and wealth maximization objective fail to serve the operational criterion, obviously the firm will not be able to sustain. Welfare is important. CSR, corporate social responsibility. We have a very beautiful concept in companies, but it is also important to understand only by just doing by CSR, company cannot grow. The company also needs money because those who are working in those company need salaries, and those salaries will help those workers to sustain. Then only they can continue in that company. So why corporation care about financial structure? Firm having a sound financial structure has a higher chance of increase of shares, securities that it possesses. A good financial structure ensures that the available funds are used effectively, and it prevents over misconception or underutilization of capitalization. It helps the company in increasing its profits in terms of higher returns of stakeholders. If you have a good reputation, every people or every individual who has a good knowledge about company or running a company would like to associate with you. And a good financial structure help in maximizing all those shareholders who have invested in your company. They will try to take a maximum benefit, gives good decision, increase the efficiency, and they also invest timely so that the company can grow. So with this, if the financial managing control system is good, then you can have two things. Either if you are good enough, you can help other companies by taking over, by mergers, acquisitions, or other way it can be taken as a negative term. So takeover and market for managers. A takeover definition refers to the process in which one company acquires or assumes control of another through purchasing a majority stake or the entire company. Obviously, the company which is takeovering it is a larger company to gain control over the small one, and the strategy of takeovering is to expand the system, expand the wealth, expand the profit system by doing it properly. Now, some takeovers, some mergers, some acquisitions are done with with a negative purpose, but some takeovers, some mergers and acquisitions are done with a positive note, so that the existing company, the employees of those company are not thrown out, but they also try to settle them within those takeovers and mergers, so that everybody can enjoy and everybody can have a respectful life. In corporate finance, there are different ways to structure a takeover, such as acquiring a control interest in companies' outstanding shares, buying entire companies outright, merging to create a new synergies, or acquiring the company as a subsidiary unit. So these takeovers, these mergers, these acquisitions, the investments, and all these which the firm is doing, this managing, is with the one sole goal. And what is that sole goal? That we can have as many profits as much possible. And what is the goal for the consumer? That they can have as many goods in their basket as much possible. What is the goal of the labor? The goal of the labor is to substitute between the working hours and the leisure hours which they can enjoy. And if they want to reduce the leisure hour, the company should give the reservation wage in such an amount that they should be of interest, that they should continue working there. So we talked about three sectors, very important sectors. That is the household, the firms, the household, how they form their preferences, their investment choices, their labor force participation. Then we talked about how the firms and the market structure talk in terms of takeover, why corporation talks about the financial structure, what is the profit maximization, and how these profit maximization, help them in plan their cost of production. If their cost of production is low, obviously they will can spend more time in finding new resources, venturing for new capital, setting up new industries. All these plays an important role. Now the last part, which is the last unit of yours, talks about the overall, that is combining your unit 1, 2, 3, 4, that is of the entire unit, entire macroeconomics. So these firm, the household, the government coming together, for the business, for the consumer, for the welfare of the society. If we talk, we combinely all of them, then we talk in terms of your macroeconomics, which says talks about your overall economy. And in this macroeconomic concepts, we talk in terms of aggregate, that is aggregate demand, aggregate supply, aggregate saving, aggregate investment, which is done by the entire individuals of a particular economy. But before we dive into this, the entire economy, there are some basic concepts. Like, for example, factor of production. What is factor of production? Land, labor, capital, and entrepreneur. Then what are factor of payments? Anyone? What are factor of payments?
Ma'am, salary?
Rent, wages, interest, profit, wages, salary. Yes, correct. Now, what is depreciation?
And losing the value of the asset.
Correct. Which is the losing of the assets. Yes, time and again in year, let's say you bought a bike, and after a year, the amount which you need to pay for the maintenance of that bike considered to be your depreciation. What is gross? Gross is something which you get after working. Let's say the gross salary. What is your gross salary? The monthly salary which you get. Now, what happens to the net after the deductions, the payment in terms of taxes which you have done? What is left in your hand is referred to be as net. Capital formation, investment, which you do in your economy in with a purpose that you will earn something more out of it. Stock. Stock refers to a point of time. Just imagine a dot somewhere on the wall. It's a point of time. And flow, it is a period of time. It's like a water moving. It's a flow of the water, like moving from one place to another. That's the flow of time. So stock will always talk about at a particular point of time. Let's say it's 11:42. At this point of time, what Payal and Shekhar was doing. But if I talk in terms of a flow, I will say that during a week, what Shekhar and Payal was learning from their classes. So let's talk about a flow, more than a point of a time. Then circular flow of income, that is the flow of income which is being circulating between the four important sectors of the economy: household, firm, government, and the rest of the world. Aggregate demand, that is the total demand made by all the individuals in the society during a one financial year. And aggregate supply is the total amount of goods and services supplied by the producers, manufacturers, the company during one financial year. Now comes the black money. Money which is though earned but not registered, it is kept somewhere, which is not shown to the government, not paid in the tax, but people keep it, which is not legally right. Then in today's world we have got the concept of green economy, green money. sustainable economy, where we talk in terms of how we should know do production process in a green environment, carbon free environment, and the money earned from it, the income earned from it, adding to your growth and development of the economy. We talk in terms of green economy. Then we in this your national income, in this your macroeconomics view, when you combine these all these 12 concepts, and when you try to form a picture, you will talk in terms of the growth of the economy, and then you talk in terms of GDP, that is gross domestic product, that is the referred to as the final goods and services which is produced in an economy during one financial year. So there are two types of goods: final goods and intermediate goods. Final goods, which are meant for your final consumption, and intermediate goods, which are used for further production process. So let me give you an example. Let's say there are two sellers, one who sells the car and another seller who sells the parts of the car. So can you tell me who is selling the final goods and who is selling the intermediate goods?
Ma'am, the firm who is selling the car is selling the final goods, and other are the intermediate goods.
Okay. The intermediate good will be for those person who are buying the parts in order to make the final car. But the person who is selling that various parts of the car, for him it would be a final good or intermediate good.
Final good, ma'am.
Correct. Very good. So, an important thing, another way, these final goods, these intermediate goods, plays a very important role for a record purpose for a growth and development process. But when we come to measure this, concept of measuring the economic growth and development, we have three important measure with the help of national income we calculate, that is value added method, income method, and your expenditure method. In terms of value added method, we talk in terms of what values are added at each production process in order to generate the final output. When you talk in terms of income method, we calculate all the income generated by the four factor of production process, where we include your rent, interest, wages, profit, compensation of employees, and mixed income of self-employed. That is the person who is working in a company, the same person who takes a tuition, and the same person maybe who is running a gym. So he is getting income from various sources. So when we add all these incomes and we all add all these sections, we get income method, that is net domestic product at factor cost. Similarly, the expenditure method, that is y is equal to c plus I plus g plus x minus n. That is where the expenditure is done by the four sector of the economy, that is household, government, firms, and the rest of the world. When we calculate the expenditure made by them, and then we get gross domestic product at market prices. Why? Because why at market prices? Because all these expenditure includes indirect taxes, and we minus subsidies from it, then we get your gross domestic product at market price. So when you collect income, when you collect these numbers, you get from the expenditure method. And then another important thing which you need to understand, that all these calculations are of a real time data. When we say real time data, that is we see we minus the value of inflation rate from all these numbers to get the real time data, so that we can understand how much is the real growth. So if let's say your income increase from 10% to 12% and the inflation rate grows from 8% to 7%, so 12 minus 7, you will get your real person growth of the income, and then you can similarly calculate for the other individuals of the economy and you will get the complete reflection as in how the economy is growing. So, class, this comes to the end of the entire unit, and I will definitely be sharing the PPTs with all of you so that you can prepare your notes and concepts. And if there's anything else, any notes and pointers you want from my side, I'll definitely share on the mail. So, I hope so. This class was clear to all of you. And I have the email IDs, and I guess Shekhar, you must be receiving and Payal receiving my emails
Yes,
of
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
PPTs. So all the
Yes,
best
ma'am.
for your future exams, and please give your feedbacks in the chat box. Thank you all.
Ma'am, one question.
Yes, Shekhar.
Uh, in 2023, just a coincidence, I read your book, Decision That Changed India. I really like that book.
Sorry, Shekhar, your voice is breaking. I can't hear you
Madam,
properly.
in 2023, last year, I read one of your books, Decision That Changed India. I really like that book.
Okay. Thank you, Shekhar. Thank you so much. I didn't knew that people are reading my books there, so I am very happy, Shekhar. Uh, thank you. What else I can say?
Ma'am, one second. Ma'am,
Thank you
hello.
all.
Ma'am,
Yes, Balaji.
model question paper where will it be, ma'am?
I'll send the PPTs and notes on your email ID too. Shekhar, do you have any formal WhatsApp group?
Yes, ma'am, we have one.
So please share the notes and pointers there so that Balaji can also have an access to it.
Sure, ma'am.
Yes,
Okay,
okay.
thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you, Payal. Thank you, Balaji. Thank you, Shekhar.
Thank you.
Mr. Balaji,
Good afternoon, sir.
good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. You asked something I'm not able to hear properly.
No, sir.
Anything? Okay, pa, okay. Can I start
No,
the
sir.
class? Can I start the class?
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
sir.
pa. Thank you. Yes. Okay. Today, we will see about governance. Governance. Before getting into the concept and other things, first we should know what is governance. Okay. As per the American Heritage Dictionary, they define governance. Governance is nothing but the act, process, or power of governing the government. Very simple definition. The act, comma, process, or power governing the government. So the act, process, or power governing the government is called as the governance. Another definition given by the Oxford English Dictionary. They define that the act or manner of governing, of exercising control or authority over the actions of subject, a system of regulations. Again repeating, the act or manner of governing, comma, of exercising control or authority over the actions of subject, a system of regulations. So nothing is very simple to understand that this is the process or power of governing the government. That is called governance. Normally, governance, the term more associated with the public sector rather than the private sector. But private governance also there. But commonly, the term is more associated with the governance means government. Okay. So the government having the power, they know how to process. So process or executing the power by through the governing, that is called governance. So British dictionary, they simplified that. Government control or authority. Government control or authority. So the action, manner, or system of governing the government or controlling the authority also called as the governance. Okay. So overall, the power of governing the government is called as the governance. Where the term, the governance came into being, or where the term was originated, you see that act or manner of governing from old French governance. Definitely. If any, because I'm operating through mobile, if any calls comes immediately, the link has been disturbed. That is the reason. Okay. So
Okay.
thank you, Balaji and Lata sir. So the act or manner of governing from the old French term called governance. Governance. That means what they want to term that is called, they are terming that government, rule or administration or rule of conduct from the rule of conduct. So from the term governance, the term later came to exist as the governance. So basically the governance, the term more associated with the French term governance, later it was renamed சொல்வழக்குல governance வந்துச்சு. Okay, so what are the govern means, what is the original sense? Nothing but a government comes primarily to mean governing the power in a state. Governing power in a state. That is the original sense. So a government comes primarily to mean that governing power in a state. So who will govern the power of the state? Government only has to do that. That is called, so overall governance. So if we talk about the etymological term of the governance originated from the ancient Greek vocabulary, they call Kybernein. Kybernein. Kyber, Kybernein. Nein. Kybernein or Kyberno. Kyber-nao. Kyberno. So the first person meant that what the term, that etymological means the root of the word or meaning of the word, which comes out from the term called Kyberno. That means steering, or you can say it as a guiding or maneuvering a ship. Maneuvering is moving. Maneuvering a ship or a land-based vehicle. So steering or guiding or maneuvering a ship or a land-based vehicle, that is called Kyberno. So we take any car or anything, even the ship also, how the steering is very important. Steering is meant for to reach our destination, whether to turn left or right or to go straight. So steering is very much applicable to us. So like that, the governance is where to reach our goal. Okay. So the originally the governance, the term, the etymological root comes out from the word called Kyberno. No, because Kyberno, the person who used the terminology related to governance. So nothing but steering or guiding or maneuvering or moving the ship or any land-based vehicle. Okay, that is the term associated with that. So the term first metaphorically used by Plato also. Metaphorically, terminology has been used by Plato for depicting the government of men or people. Sorry, depicting the governing of men or people. How to govern the people or men. That is what you call that concept given by the Plato. So in modern English, the term called governance closely related to government or govern. So conceptually define that governance describe how a government governance. Conceptually, how they are defining means governance describes how a government governs. That's why I told the governance term is more associated with the government. That is nothing but public governance. But same terminology is used by in the private sector also, so that is private governance. And then constitutional definition of two key terms. Governance applying policy also for steering. Okay. So if you talk of the origin of the governance, the old French, Middle English, medieval period. So Middle English means 1325 to 1375. Old French, the term called governance, it was used. Later, medieval Latin, they used gubernantia. Gubernantia, nothing but governance. Okay. Okay, we'll see. So we got some idea about governance. Governance goes beyond the government. There is another concept. How means there are three things. One is state, market, society. State, market, society. Because state creating a favorable political, legal, and economic environment. The state creating a favorable political, legal, and economic environment. Another aspect, what I said, market. So market giving the opportunity or creating the opportunity for public or people to do business. Then third aspect, what I said, civil society, mobilizing people participation. So governance, not only the term closely related to government, it goes beyond that. That is state, market, and civil society. Okay. Then now I will explain what are the major concepts which seen in the governance. First point, governance denotes exercise of authority and power. The term governance denotes what its convey means, exercising of authority or exercise of authority or power. Okay, so government is governing our state, governing our policy. Okay, uh, uh, government duty to govern the external security, promote. So ultimately, so who will do? The person who is sitting in the authority, the power. So governance denotes the exercising of authority and power to the first concept. Second one, it involves interdependence among different actors for policy making of different levels. So it involves, so the governance term or concept involve interdependence. See, I am working in university. Okay. So university, we are the teaching community. Okay. To assist the students, we are here. So to do some needs and to fulfill our needs and facilitate administration is there. Okay, so each one is interdependent. We are depending upon them, they are depending on some aspect. For what? For the smooth functioning. But the smooth functioning shows that it's a good governance. Good governance. So to promote the good governance, interdependence is very much required. Not a single person can do the governance. So the state is governing us. So what the people has to do? People has to respect the laws, the rules, whatever the rules, regulations provided by the government or provided by the state. So, so for their governments, so they are depending on us. We are also depending on them. So it involves interdependence among different actors. So many actors. Government is not a single factor. So interdependence among different actors for what? For ultimately for policy making at different levels. Now, who are the stakeholders in governance? Who are the stakeholders? Means, see, one is political parties, executive, legislature, judiciary, media, we call fourth estate, media, private sector, social organization, civil society. So these are the different actors which help to govern the state. So governance is not a single term or associated with a single body. It is interdependent upon, because legislature depending upon judiciary to functioning the legislative to promote legislative activities and protect the legislation, judiciary is functioning. So each one is depending upon. So whatever the legislature creating the law, that laws has been executed by the nothing but bureaucrats. So executive, legislature, judiciary, media. Media has to reveal the fact, reveal the information. The private sector, social organizations, different social organizations. and then overall civil society and political parties. So these are the various stakeholders. Now, உரிமை கொண்டாடுற கவர்னன்ஸ்ல உரிமை கொண்டாடக்கூடிய ஆட்கள் யாருன்னா இவங்கெல்லாம் இருக்காங்க. Then third point, this diverse relationship to be properly governed at multiple levels, because governing the executive, legislature, judiciary, it's not easy to handle this. So this diverse relationship to be properly governed at multiple levels. At multiple levels require rule making, rule following, and rule enforcement. Again repeating, this diverse relationship to be properly governed at multiple levels. So it requires, so if you want to govern at multiple levels, it requires what? Rule making. So you have to make a rule. You have to make a law. Not only making laws and rules and regulations, you have to follow those rules and regulations. After that, you have to enforce the rules. Otherwise, there is no meaningless. And the fourth idea, or the fourth concept, the meaning of governance is broader than government. Already I told you. Because the term governance is not only associated with the government is going beyond that. Going beyond that means three categories I said: civil society, state, and market. So the meaning of governance is broader than government and emphasis for network beyond the hierarchy. Emphasis for network beyond the hierarchy. These networks operate at either national level or international level or transnational levels, etc. Okay. See, earlier to see any foreign cars is very rare to see the foreign cars. Only the very affordable people can buy it. Nowadays, not like that. Even the common middle class, even the lower middle class, they are able to get the foreign cars. So to do this exercise, the governance is required at the different levels. Okay, so for effective governance, the network is very much required. Though that the requirement is operated at national level, either at international level or transnational level. Just a minute, I'll give you another thing. And then, what are the indicators for governance? If governance is taking place, what are the indicators? This is as per the World Bank opinion. So voice of accountability, political stability, அரசியல் ஸ்திரத்தன்மை, political stability, lack of violence. Violence is that means a poor governance. Instability in politics, that means governance is state governance is very poor. Voice of accountability, and then government effectiveness. Government should be more effective. And then regulatory quality. Regulator, how that the gas we are having regulator to control, switch on and off. So regulatory quality and the rule of law. The rule of law has to be followed and implemented in the society. There is no rule, there is no proper law in the governance means it will lead to chaos and confusion. And then control of corruption. Ultimately, corruption should be minimized. I'm telling you, if you overthrow corruption in India, India will rank in fourth position in the global level. If you eliminate corruption, no need to do anything there. If you remove corruption, that is enough. Our elevation will be different. So for an easy understanding, I'll give some small formula. PVG, RRC, PVG, RRC. Okay, that means political stability. Okay, but for easy PRG, RRC, or you can keep it whatever. So, voice of accountability, political stability, lack of violence, government should be effectiveness, regulatory quality, rule of law, and control of corruptions. These are the indicators. If these indicators are failure or not up to the mark, then it showed that poor governance. Or these criteria, these indicators are moderate level, then moderate governance taking place. These indicators are very strong, very effective, then effective governments, effective governance is taking place in the particular state. Okay, so this is these are the indicators has been highlighted by the World Bank. Then there are 8 characteristics of good governance. If you say good governance, either at home also you can apply this concept, or even you can apply to any private institute, or even you can apply to the government or state, whatever, wherever. If you say good governance, what are the characteristics? என்ன மாதிரி குணநலன்கள் தீர்மானிக்கக்கூடிய காரணிகளா இருக்கிறதுன்னு பாத்தீங்கன்னா, one is accountability. One is accountability. Suppose if you take a family, who is accountability? If anything, any good thing is happening or any bad thing happening, who is accountability? The patriarchal society, father will be the accountability. Matriarchal society, mother will be the accountability. So it starts from family and goes up to government and the state. So accountability is one of the basic characteristics for determining the good governance. And then transparency should be there. Transparency, clear cut. There is no hidden agenda. Okay, so accountability, transparency, and more than that, responsibility. Responsibility. Either at home or either at the government level, responsibility should be there. If anything goes wrong, the person should or the government should take the responsibility because of our mistake, because of our this new policy, it damaged our economy. So responsibility should be there. And then because the responsible person will able to take the feedback or whatever the impact he can do in a better way. So third characteristic, responsibility. Fourth one, equity and inclusiveness. You have to include everyone. Okay. In your governance, you cannot left X or Y. So say good governance, everyone should be included. So inclusiveness, equitable, and then effectiveness. Whatever the rules, regulations, or policy, it should have the effective. There is no effective, then it is the poor governance. Poor governance. So the election commission very effectively conducting the general election in India. So people should have the more confidence over on the election commission. Yes, election commission conducting the election in very fair and equitable manner. So if that effectiveness is lacking, then people will lose their confidence. Then it won't reflect the good governance. So effectiveness and efficiency. Efficiently, example, if take election commission, efficiently they should handle whatever the new problems or new issues, and they can introduce new laws, new regulations to run the free and fair election in India. Then only we can say that the good governance given by the election commission. So effectiveness and efficiency also one of the characteristics for determining good governance. More than that, another factor, rule of law. Rule of law means what? Everybody should follow the rule. Few people only follow the rules, or half the people only follow the rules. That is meaningless. That means your government is fail to exhibit or fail to provide the rule of law to the entire community. So rule of law is also one of the characteristics, basic characteristics which determining good governance. And then participation. Another characteristic, participation. All the people should take part. Any governance, either at home or either at office or either at state level, either at the government level, either at the judiciary level. So everyone participation is required. And then consensus oriented consensus. You should take the consensus from, since you are having the power, what you are doing to bring any new rules and regulations or law, what you are doing, we are discussing those things in the Indian Parliament and taking the consensus from the our parliament is either at the Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. So there are 8 basic characteristics which is determining good governance. One is accountability, transparency, responsibility, equitable and inclusiveness, effective and efficiency, and rule of law, and participatory and consensus oriented. These are the 8 characteristics which determine the for good governance. Okay? I hope you got the idea. I think. Wait a minute, just a minute. Okay, so governance. I have given some brief idea about governance. Now, and then we will move to information technology and communication. ICT, nothing but ICT. What do you mean by ICT? So, it means that computer device alone. So, computer device is alone ICT. No, more than that. So, microelectronics into non-ICT objects, wireless, networking, etc. So, if you take India alone, the internet users, you won't believe, 5.2 million people. And then through mobile phone, 362.3 million mobile phones are used in India alone. Okay, so see, through this ICT, with the help of this, the mobile, that what you call smart mobile, I am engaging classes for you. So this is the usage of ICT. Through this, what we are doing, there is no need any space to conduct personal class. Time is saved sitting in my home. I am doing this. No electricity, no bench, no chair. Okay, so these are the advantages in the ICT. I'll tell you what are the drawbacks also in ICT. Okay, so first you should understand what do you mean by ICT? Information Communication Technology means what do you mean by that? So I will give some close related meaning. The branch of engineering that deals with the use of computers and telecommunication to retrieve and store and transmit information. So this is the branch of engineering that deals with the use of computers. We are using computers and telecommunication system to retrieve, because we are sending through email. So it will be stored. Even I am going to America, I can see your message. So to retrieve and store and transmit the information. This is called ICT. Very simple language. Okay. So Information Technology Association of America defined that, how they are defining that, the study that involves support, management, and study the design, development, and implement of information system that are nothing but computer based. So this include both hardware and software. Hardware, you know what is hardware? The system. To run the system, software is required. Without software, without what you call OPS, operation, what you call OS, what you call operation system. Without that, you cannot run your tab or any desktop. So both hardware and software is required to run the system. Okay. So we got some understanding about ICT. What's the language for ICT? See, through English I am communicating. You are also understanding. Through your speaking, I am also understanding. So English will help. So that ICT, what kind of language they use, what they will understand. It will understand only two things. One is 0, 1. So it's a mathematical the tool which help to understand by the computers. Okay, 0 and 1. This is the language which is used in computer. That is nothing but ICT. Okay, everybody talking about ICT. Huh? Why ICT is important for us? You tell me, anyone, once you wake up from the bed, immediately you switch on your internet and see WhatsApp message. What are the message we received from our friends, teachers, or relatives? You are seeing that. Okay, and then through ICT only you are getting all the communication nowadays. Most of the communication you are earlier. What they will do? They will type and take a printout and put it in the cover and send it through to your post letters. Now, no need those kind of things. What they are doing? They are collecting all your emails. Okay, and they are giving one email, and in the website you can take what are the details required for you people. So ICT is helping in different way. So ICT, without ICT, it is very difficult to run our day-to-day life. First one, you take business. So client can work anywhere. Did you see that the Corona time, how ICT is played a major role. Before Corona, this kind of, what you call, through this ICT communication, we can engage very rarely it has happened there. But Corona has given the space in the absence of face-to-face. Okay, we know how to run the classes. Then the Google Meet link was given. Now also what we are doing, the Google Meet link, which link you and me. So, especially to promote your business, so to promote your network anywhere else, anywhere in India or anywhere else, okay, ICT playing a major role. You can put your what you call the grades. What is the basmati rice per kg? You can put, this is the quality of the, so everything you can put the information with the help of ICT. And the medicine, various, just a minute. If you come to medicine, where is diagnostic procedure? Okay, has been done through with the help of ICT. Take MRI scan, magnetic, what you call? What you call the MRI response? magnetic response image or something like that, MRI scan. Okay, so through online, they are doing operation. A person may be in America or Canada, and that doctor, by seeing the through online and directing how to do the operation. So scans, ICT. So these days are computer-aided surgeries are taking place all over the world. Okay, so ICT playing a major role in medical industry. Then to promote your business, ICT playing a major role. And then weather report. Okay, earlier we may not know, we are not much aware about that, about the when the cyclone is going to take place, when the flood is going to take place. Okay, see recent Chennai flood also, the message is given by the Tamil Nadu government, the people who are living in the low-lying area, kindly vacate the place. So the message has been given through with the help of ICT. Now our mobile Aadhaar was linked with the national emergency system. Some 3-4 months before also we got some alert message, gling 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 gling, something like that. So whenever, so all over the country, even the government want to communicate any important or urgent message, they can do it through with the help of ICT. So not only weather report, military security issues, even the homes, to protect our homes, what they are, we are placing the cameras. Businessman sitting at home and watching what is happening in the store. So with the help of ICT, that's it all. ICT means don't think only computers and a mobile. It goes more than that. And then public databases, most of your databases has been stored with the help of ICT. Secret identification of people stored. Recently, there was some 1 year, almost nearly 1 year before, AIMS database has been hijacked by some X or Y. Because very difficult to hijack those data, but everywhere the hackers will be there. Then after that, it was strengthened by the AIMS. If they are hacking the data from AIMS, then they can hack from anywhere else. So again, the ICT played a major role and strengthened. So our database, even the government, our health database has been stored. No need to carry over the old documents or old papers with us. Everything. Even you go to Delhi, if you have any problem, you say tell the number, through the number identification, health number, they can check your old data. No need to carry along with you. Okay, so public database, secret identification of people, okay, training for training or tracking the exact location, GPS. You know, without GPS, you are earlier to reach the particular destination or location, you struggle a lot. Now no need. The GPS is guiding us. Okay, and then what do you mean by GPS? Global positioning system. So track travel routes, recover our stolen items, even the cars, because nowadays the cars having the code. With the code they can trace where your cars. Even mobiles, through the mobile having carry some secret numbers. With these numbers you can trace who is using your mobile. They'll think that we removed their, what you call, chip or something. So, okay, they cannot, nobody knows, but it's not like that. The code was inbuilt with the communication, that instrument. So through that easily we can find out or we can locate wherever the mobiles or car, in case if it's stolen, or you can even trace. Okay, so not only for security and do our business, or to do a massive work in the medicine, more than that, entertainment, ICT entertaining at different levels with the help of multimedia applications and movies. Okay, now Geo, what do you call the link? At my home, the Geo link. So through Geo, we are seeing the movies, watching dramas, songs, and same thing, we are using the internet from that source. So the application, ICT application is wide, very wide. You cannot away from the ICT nowadays. More than that, www. What is www? World Wide Web. Nothing but commonly known as the internet. Okay, so internet, without internet, nowadays we can't live. You tell me how many people can live without your mobile phones. Even if anything happened to your mobile, immediately you are rushing to the shops, repairing shops, and approaching them to repair it. So you cannot live without, like a baby, how the mother hugging the baby, like that. Nowadays people are carrying and keeping close their, carrying the mobiles close to them. So even the remote sensing, satellite communication, and hazardous reduction measures and all, everything we are doing through with the help of ICT. So ICT playing a major role in health aspect also. Even to identify your cancer with the help of ICT, the information communication technology, which helps to identify your level of the cancer, whether you are fourth stage, third stage, second stage, or first stage, or any preliminary symptom, everything we are assessing with the help of information in the communication technology. Okay, the radiation therapy they are giving with the help of ICT. And then e-business, electronic business. Nowadays, most of the youths are involved in the e-business. Especially customer service. ACs got repaired through e-communication. We are communicating to the respective agency to repair to do service. We are relying upon ICT. Advertisement, we are relying upon ICT. Production and designing, we are with the help of ICT. So ICT playing a major role in our lifestyle. So even we can talk about IT ranking, information technology ranking. India is the hub for information technology and communication. India ranks 5th position, 5th ranking. Okay, in the IT industry. The top level, if you talk, the place goes to Denmark. Denmark ranking first. Okay, like that, IT playing a major revolution in our society. So 4 Cs has been identified in India. That is ICT. One is culture, another competence, third one capital, fourth one control. Culture, which includes language, nationalism, and legal framework. Competence, which includes deputation or nothing but educations, training, and sophistication of ICT use. Competence. Capital, internal and external capital fund. Control, agency to control and form control, because government having the power to ban any website, allow any network. Okay, they are having that power. So I have given some brief idea about information technological system. Any doubt in this? You having any doubt? Nothing? Balaji?
Sir.
Yes. Nothing. Huh? Oh, thank you, Bala. Thank you.
Another.
Okay, thank you. And then we'll go to gender. You know how the gender equality is very important in India or elsewhere. Okay, but gender inequality prevailing most of the society, but the level of prevailing is different from state to state. But most of the global countries, especially developing countries and underdeveloping countries, having this problem, gender inequality. So they are not maintaining equality with respect to men and women. Okay. First, you should understand what is gender. Gender means a set of characteristics distinguished between male and female. A set of characteristics distinguish whom? Men and women. Male and female. Male means these are the characteristics. Female means these are the characteristics. So through that only, even for filling any application or for applying any post or applying anywhere or anything, first they will ask the gender, whether you are male or female. So a set of characteristics is distinguishing between male and female. Male means some qualities, female means some qualities. Okay. But gender discrimination generally prevailing in almost, I told you, almost most of the places. But gender discrimination particularly refers to whom? Whether men, you tell me, but men we are not considering that much. But it is there. It is there. We can't deny that fact also. But generally, gender inequality means it refers maximum goes to women. So it refers to women discrimination. In what way the women are discriminated means they are discriminated in order to not to access either the social or political or economic at different stages of life. So gender discrimination normally refers to women, so far not for men. Try to understand that. But for men also, gender discrimination is taken, but very few, not up to that mark, what is happening to the women. But so the concept generally refers to women, that is women discrimination. In what way women are discriminated, they are not able to access the proper social factor or political and economic at the various stages of life. So if you talk about gender inequality, there are two perceptions. One is society not recognize the women. Society not recognize the women, that is gender inequality. Another perception, take ancient scriptures or religious values, talks about women equality. How even if you visit that near the Namakal, that one temple is called Ardhanarishwar temple. So Lord Shiva giving the half of the portion in his body to Parvati Devi, Shakti. So through that our Puranas, our Idigas, we have exhibited that both are equal. Men and women are equal. I tell you one broader philosophical ideas to understand the whether men is more power or women is more power. I try to use one broader philosophical understanding. Example, take a pen, P and pen. So What is the usage of pen? Pen is to write. Then only it's a meaning. So to write this pen, what is required? The refill and the comfortable set to insert the refill in the what you call the pen. That the structure is very much required. Okay. So now what you call pen is there. Okay, but you need a hand to lift and to write over on the papers. Then only it's a meaningless. So paper will be one side, another side pen will be there. Okay. So இது வந்து ஒரு சிம்பிள் கான்செப்ட் சொல்றோம் பாருங்களேன். இந்த பென் எடுத்துக்கிட்டீங்கன்னா இந்த பென் வந்து நத்திங் பட் சிவான்னு. So Shiva having the power. Power என்ன பவர்? இந்த மை இந்த பேனா எழுதுறது தான் பவர். ஆனா சிவா வந்து பெண்ணு மாதிரி அப்படி இருக்காரு, ஒரு பேனா மாதிரி இருக்காரு. So transform this power into action. Who is done? Shakti. So இந்த பவர் இருக்கு, இந்த பவரை டிரான்ஸ்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணி ஆக்ஷன் கொண்டு வந்தாதான் மீனிங். இல்லைன்னா ஆக்ஷன் மட்டும் இருந்துச்சு வச்சுக்கலாம், ஆக்ஷன் அலோன்னு. ஓகே, இந்த பெண் இல்லைன்னா there is no meaningless. Like that, in order to prove the men and the women who is more important means just like அததான் சொல்லுவாங்க, சிவா சவம், சக்தியிலேயே சிவம் வந்து சவம் டெட் பாடி. So body will be there, but there won't be any actions. So transform this body into action. Who is needed? Shakti is required. அதனால ஆணுக்கு பெண் சமம். ஆண் இல்ல பெண் இல்ல, பெண் இல்லைன்னா ஆண் இல்லை. ரெண்டும் வந்து நம்ம சமுதாயத்துல முக்கியத்துவம் வாய்ந்தது. அதான் குரான்ல கூட என்ன சொல்லுவாங்கன்னா, முகமது ப்ராபத் கிட்ட வேர் இஸ் தி ஹெவன் சொல்லிட்டு கொஸ்டின் கேட்டாங்க, சொர்க்கம் எங்கன்னு. அதுக்கு அவர் ஆன்சர் பண்ணாரா, உன்னோட தாயோட பாதத்துல இருக்கு பாரு சொர்க்கம்னு சொன்னாரா. So the heaven is lying at the feet of mother. That much importance is given by even that Muslim ideology, Hindu ideology, to portraying the women in all aspects. அதனாலதான் நதிகளுக்கு most of the rivers are named in the women name. Ganga, Godavari, Kaveri. Why you are naming that? Because பெண்ணுனா ஒரு அழகு, பெண்ணுனா ஒரு பவர். Okay, so to portray this kind of the women's, but there is no equality is prevailing in the society. That is the problem there. The equality avasiyam. We should treat them equally in all aspects. Okay, so there are two perceptions. One is society not against the women in equality. Another perception, okay, our ancient scriptures, religious values, okay, portraying the women's and women equality in different ways. Seriya? Now you got some idea about. So gender inequality வந்து நமக்கு புதுசா? No, it's a very age-old concept. Even you can see in our culture. So culture exhibiting culture means what? A set of belief which is practiced by the society. In those practice, we are seeing women discrimination. Example, Sati எடுத்துங்க. So the women losing his husband, okay, the women also keep the fire on her himself, and she has to die along with the husband. Same thing, when the wife is dying, then the husband has to do it. That is not happening. Then what kind of justice? That's why the Raja Ram Mohan Rai was one of the major person who fought for this sati, against the sati, and brought that widow remarriage system. So நம்மளோட முன்னாடி இருக்கிற பழக்க வழக்கங்கள்லாம் பாத்தீங்கன்னா, நம்மள வந்து சிலதெல்லாம் வந்து மூட நம்பிக்கை நம்ம வந்து முடிக்க போயிடும். ஆனா இப்போ அப்படி கிடையாது. Gradually coming out. A wife is losing his husband. Even at any age, even at 40 or 50 or 60, they're trying to do the remarriage for her. Same thing for men also, it's taking place. So society started acknowledging and recognizing the importance of women. Women kulla da men irukran. So men is within women. WOMEN. So men is within women. அதனாலதான் விமன் நம்ம என்னைக்கும் வந்து போர்ட்ரேட் பண்ணிட்டே இருக்கோம், பாராட்டிட்டு இருக்கோம், பொழுது இருக்கோம், பாதுகாத்துட்டு இருக்கோம் in all aspects and trying to promote all the welfare to the women community. Okay. So அப்ப இந்தியாவில் வந்து ஜெண்டர் இன்இக்வாலிட்டி ப்ரிவேல் ஆகுதா இல்லையா? எஸ், இட்ஸ் ப்ரிவேலிங். யூ கான்ட் சே நோ. விமன் ஹராஸ்மெண்ட், டவுரி ஹராஸ்மெண்ட், அதுதான் சட்டம் கொண்டு வந்திருக்கான். கல்யாணம் ஆகி 7 வருஷத்துக்குள்ள ஒரு ஒரு கட்டின மனைவி வந்து கம்ப்ளைண்ட் கொடுத்த கணவன் மேல that will booked under dowry harassment, whatever may be. So after 7 years, the same lady given a complaint again, that will booked under different section. So in order to understand the husband and wife relationship, how much time is required for the understanding? Laws given 7 years time. 7 வருஷத்துக்கு அப்புறம் தான் வேற ஏதாவது ஒரு கம்ப்ளைண்ட் கொடுத்தா அது வந்து they cannot booked under dowry harassment. So that kind of the constitutional empowering the women in such a way by our Indian constitutions. So lawmakers are did like that. இவ்வளவு சட்ட திட்டங்கள்லாம் ஏற்றுனா கூட we are ranking gender inequality index ல பாத்தீங்கன்னா India is ranking in 127th position. 127வது இடத்துல இருக்காங்க. எத்தனை? Out of 152 countries. Out of 150 countries, we are ranking in 127th position. It's very, very shame to say, very shame to say. So this level we have to change. This level we have to change. And then one of the world unsafe position for women. The world unsafe position for women, India ranks in 5th position. 5வது இடத்துல இருக்கிறோம். நம்ம எக்கனாமிக்லயோ டிஃபென்ஸ்ல இருக்க வேண்டிய இடத்த விமனோட அன்சேஃப் பொசிஷன் வந்து we are ranking 5th position. ஆப்கான், காங்கோ, பாகிஸ்தான், சூடான், பாருங்க ரேங்கிங் பாருங்க. ஆப்கான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட், செகண்ட் ஒன் காங்கோ, தேர்ட் ஒன் பாகிஸ்தான், fourth one Sudan, 5th one India. Very pathetic, very pathetic to hear this kind of ratings. We are ranking 5th position in the world for the women unsafe position. காந்தி சொன்னாரு, என்ன சொன்னாரு? ஒரு பெண்ணு என்னைக்கு நகை நட்டு எல்லாம் போட்டுட்டு 12 மணிக்கு தன்னந்தனியா போயிட்டு வராங்களோ அன்னைக்குதான் சுதந்திரம், ஃப்ரீடம் சொன்னாங்க. இன்னைக்கு போக முடியுமா? ஏன் இது மாதிரி திருட்டுக்கு, ஏது மாதிரி ரேப்பு எல்லாம் நடக்குது? cruel raping is taking place in the Indian society. I'm telling you, friends, one of the reasons I'm telling you, ICT also one of the major things, because the self giving all kinds of information, good and bad. But people have to take the good things and leave the bad things. But we are not doing that. Most of the time we are wasting with the help of sitting with the self and wasting our time and energy. Very pathetic, very pathetic. That has to be curtailed. Okay. That's another area. And then reasons for gender inequality. Why gender inequality is prevailing? Means first, the gender equality will start from home. Gender equality will start from home. வீட்ல இருந்து ஆரம்பிக்கணும் சார், கவர்மெண்ட் லெவல்ல கிடையாது. ஓகே, so father should treat his wife in equal manner, the due respect. என்னைக்கு ஒரு தகப்பன் வந்து தன்னோட மனைவிய அதாவது அந்தஸ்தோட சமதர்மத்தோட என்னைக்கு அவர் நடத்துறாரு, மதிக்கிறாரு, அப்பதான் பிள்ளைங்க மதிக்க ஆரம்பிக்கும். The husband is not respecting his wife, then how the children will respect his mother? and how that the brothers will respect his sisters, either elder or younger. So, to promote the gender equality, first treatment, first base, it should start from home. ஆனா வீட்டுல இருந்தா அந்த பிரச்சனை ஆரம்பிக்குது. ஜெண்டர் இன்இக்வாலிட்டி எங்க ஆரம்பிக்குதுன்னா at home only. என்ன ஒரு ஃபேமிலியில பாத்தீங்கன்னா if you take 2 or 3 children, so there one female children, other 2 are male children, means mother or father will give the priority to the men. Male child க்கு முக்கியத்துவம் கொடுப்பாங்க, even education, because he will think that he is going to bring a bread in future for his family. He may be the breadwinner, not she may be. But அது மாதிரி கருத்துல மாறிட்டு வருது, ஆனா இன்னும் முழுமையா மாற்றப்படணும்னு சொல்லிட்டு தான் என்னோட கருத்து. And then another factor is education. The girl child investment is unreturnable. ஒரு பெண்ணுக்கு செலவிடுற பணம் திரும்பி வராது. என்ன பண்றோம் நம்ம? வளர்த்து படிக்க வச்சு கல்யாணம் பண்ணி இன்னொரு வீட்டுக்கு அனுப்பிச்சிடுறோம். சரிங்களா? So what is the general opinion, the societal opinion, that it is an unreturnable amount? திருப்பி வராது. So this is a family or business? Your daughter, yeah? Your daughter, your sister, why this kind of mentality? So the girl child investment is unreturnable. That is some kind of belief which is prevailing in the Indian society. Another teacher, whether another teacher has comes. Balaji?
No, sir.
No, okay. And then more than that, poverty is prevailing in India. You can't deny that. Illiteracy, lack of employment, opportunity, and the social customs. ஒரு ஃபேமிலி இடத்துல ஆணுக்கு தான் அதிகாரம் இருக்கு, பெண்ணுக்கு கிடையாது. Customs, social customs and beliefs and practices and social attitude has to change. Okay. என்ன attitude? Most of the Indian family having the patriarchal society. தந்தை வழி கோட்பாடு. Father will be the head of the family. Even though mother may be the breadwinner, but most of the family has been run by the father. That is patriarchal society. Kerala, if you take the best example, matriarchal society. அங்க mother என்ன சொல்றது, அம்மா வழி கோட்பாடு, தாய் வழி கோட்பாடு. So matriarchal theory. And then overall lack of awareness. Where we are going nowadays, the women is entered into many areas. Defense, flight or war flight ஓடுறாங்க. Okay. Or pen, I'm telling you one simple example. No need to talk about whether they are driving a space aircraft or whatever. Take it at home. நம்ம அம்மா காலையில ஏஞ்சி நைட்டு செய்யற வேலைய ஒரு நாள் நம்மளால செய்ய முடியுமா? Think about it. What our mother doing, starting from the bed until going to her bed? What are the duties performed by our mother? We cannot perform that. If you understand that, definitely you can do a marvelous contribution to your mother. அதனால இருக்கிற டைம்ல உங்களோட தாயை நேசிக்குங்க, தந்தையை நேசிங்க, உங்க சகோதரியை நேசிங்க, சந்தோஷமா வச்சுக்கோங்க. That is the major contribution from us. இப்ப என்ன பண்றாங்க? Old age supports from the son. Dowry system, the wrong myth. இப்ப என்ன தெரியுமா ட்ரெண்ட் மாறிட்டு? முன்னாடி எல்லாம் ஒரு ஆண் பெண் திருமணம்னா பெண்ணுக்கு டவுரி கொடுத்து ஒரு ஆணை திருமணம் பண்ணி வைப்பாங்க. இப்ப அந்த கலாச்சாரம் மாறிட்டு வருது. எப்படின்னா முன்னெல்லாம் பெண் வீட்டார கல்யாணம் பண்ணி வைப்பாங்க. என்ன அதுக்கு பேர் கன்னிகாதானம் சொல்லுவாங்க. கன்னிகாதானம், டொனேட்டிங் ஆல் கைண்ட்ஸ் ஆஃப் வெல்த் to the daughter and donating a daughter to do a marriage. இப்ப பாரு, கல்யாணத்துல நீ பாதி செலவு நான் பாதி செலவு வந்துச்சா? கான்செப்ட் வந்துச்சுங்களா? So like that you have to promote the equality நான் என்ன சொல்றேன்னா, ஆணையும் சமமையும் பெண்ணையும் சமமா நடத்துற பாகுபாடு வீட்டுல இருந்தே வளர்ந்துருக்கீங்க. அதுக்கு பேஸ் வந்து நம்ம வீடு தான், ஹோம் தான். So it should start from at home, but we have to cultivate. நீங்க கொடுக்குற மரியாதையை தான் உங்க அம்மாக்கு கொடுக்குற மரியாதை, ஒரு சகோதரி கொடுக்குற மரியாதை தான் வரப்போற மனைவி நம்மளுக்கு மரியாதை கொடுப்பா. சரிங்களா? I think I am taking your time. I think another hour you are having, I think 1 to 2. Another teacher, is it true?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
Any doubt? Any doubt? Anything you want to
No,
ask?
sir.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Thanks for your presence. Thank you very much. Thanks for director sir also,
Thank you, sir.
because he has given that opportunity. Thank you very much. Bye. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Shall we start now?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Is it visible on the screen now?
Yes, sir.
Yes. What is that?
Skewness, sir.
Yes, skewness, exactly. So it is visible. So this is, I think, third unit of your syllabus, where skewness is an important topic. What is meant by skewness? First of all, you must know. Unevenness is called skewness. The degree of asymmetry. Symmetry means evenness. Asymmetry, unevenness of the distribution is called skewness. Kurtosis means peakedness and flatness is called kurtosis technically. If it is uneven, technically it is known as skew. Kurtosis means peaked or flat. That is called kurtosis. The lack of symmetry is called skewness. What is this lack of symmetry? About which we must know now. Yesterday I have given an example for you. See, 50, 50, again 50. This is one set of series. Okay. Then the next one is 0, 100, 50. This is another set of series. 40, 50, 60. So if you consider these three sets of data, is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes. If you consider these three sets of data, this one. Say first one 50, 50, 50, average is 50. For second one also average is 50. Yesterday I have given this example for you. For the third one also average is 50. But all the three are not evenly distributed. Am I correct? So if you consider second one, what is this average is representative value. representative value. That means this value represents the entire data. Suppose there are 3 students who have secured these marks 0, 100 and 50. If the average of the class is 50, it is wrong as far as first student is concerned as well as second student is concerned, because there is vast difference between their mark and average representative. So the data given in the second series, that is 0, 100, 50, are spread over very farther from the representative value. In that case, we have to move on to these measures of dispersion. And then if they are evenly distributed, they are evenly distributed, then this is called symmetry. If they are not evenly distributed, then that is called asymmetry. See, in all these cases, all the 3 cases, though the representative value is not correct as far as second series is concerned, it is dispersed very much, but the distribution are even. Distribution are even. 0 to 50, if you take, 50 is the difference. 50 to 100, if you take, 50 is the difference. When you take the first case 50, 50, 50, there is no difference at all, evenly distributed. If you take 40, 50, 60, 50 is the central value, 40 other side, 60 other side. So evenly distributed, 10 is the difference. So if it is evenly distributed, it is called symmetry. If it is not evenly distributed, it is called asymmetry, that is called skewness. To measure the skewness, there are 2 formula given for us. One is evolved by Carl Pearson. Other one is evolved by Bowley and Carl Pearson. So all these formula are given here for your reference. First one is Carl Pearson. You take down this formula, please. Carl Pearson's coefficient of skewness. It is symbolically written as SK, skewness, that is equal to mean minus mode by standard deviation, or 3 into mean minus median by standard deviation. There are 2 ways in which the coefficient of skewness can be ascertained. Carl Pearson's coefficient. Just note down this formula. I will just come back in 2 minutes, please. Wait. You kindly excuse me for 2 minutes. I will come back. Write down the formula. Take note of the formula. Have you completed the formula now?
Yes.
Yes, please. Shall we move on to work out the problem now? Anybody? Over?
Which problem, sir?
No, this formula you have taken down now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is it visible on the screen or not?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Now, Carl Pearson's coefficient of skewness and Bowley's coefficient of skewness. 2 formula for Carl Pearson, 1 formula for Bowley. Take down this formula quickly so that we can work out the problems.
Done, sir.
Okay. So here what is required is mean, median, mode, standard deviation, quartile 1 and quartile 3. These are all the values that we require for calculating coefficient of skewness. Either it is called Pearson or Bowley, whatever it is. So mean, median, mode, quartile 1, quartile 2 and standard deviation. You must know formula for all these metrics. Then only you can work out this. Okay. Let us move on to the problem now. You have to recollect all your formula now. Take down this problem, please. Example. Marked in red color. To take down this, please. Then
Yes, sir.
you find out mean for this first. Mean. What is the value of mean?
Sir, 223 divided by 9.
Yes. How much you are getting? 24.78.
And a point above.
Right, 24.78.
Yes, sir.
Then you find out median. Median. Arrange this in an order first, ascending order, and then find out median. Value of n plus 1 by 2th item. First arrange in ascending order, and then find median. What is mean? Median? Mean 24.78. Median how much? Did you arrange that in order? This is the order in which it should be arranged. How many items are there?
9.
9 items. So n plus 1. 9 plus 1, 10. 10 by 2, fifth item. What is the value of fifth item here?
25.
So median is 25. Can you find out mode also, please? Mode. Mode.
25.
Mode also 25. Then we have to find out standard deviation. Okay. How to find out standard deviation? Let me now tell you. You can take down this table. Say, take down this table, please. X is there, X is given in the problem. You take down all the values as such. Then next column X minus X bar, that is X minus mean. Mean you know already 24.78. So 25 minus 24.78. How much it is?
0.22.
0.22. Like that you find out values for all these. 15 minus 25, 4.78. 9.78. Minus 9.78, correct? To verify these values. All these values are correct.
Yes, sir.
Now you square up all these values one by one.
Sir, standard deviation will be 6.33.
6 point?
33.
I'll find out.
6.3.
6.3. Yes, sir. You're correct. There are no 6.33, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let us find out Q1 and Q3. That is Q1. Let me give the formula so that you can work out this. What is the formula for median? Yes, please. What is the formula for median?
So n plus 1 divided by 2.
Yeah. N plus 1 divided by 2th item. Okay. Now for Q1, n plus 1 divided by 4th item. That's all. N plus 1 divided by 4th item. You find out the value of n plus 1 by 4th item. How much you are getting?
Sir, it is 2.5, 2.5th item.
Is it 2.5 or yeah, 2.5, 2.5th item. Then how to find out the value of 2.5th item? I tell you now. Okay. 10 by, it's not 2.5. Yeah, 2.5 only. Okay. Then Q1 is equal to 2.5 item. Okay. How to find out the value of 2.5 item? I will tell you now. Second item, to take second item plus third item divided by 2. Second plus third divided by 2 only will give you 2.5. Okay. Now Q1 is equal to, what is the second item?
Sir, 15.
15 plus third item
Sir, 23.
23.
23. Add together and take average of this.
19.
Plus, yes. So Q1 is equal to 19. Okay. Similarly, we have to find out Q3 now. I will give the formula for Q3 also now. Now take down the formula for Q3. Q3 is equal to P into n plus 1 by 4th item. P into n plus 4th item. 3 into n plus 1 by 4th item. Now you tell me what is the value for this.
7.5th item.
7.5th item. How to find out that? How to find out that?
Sir,
Seventh
it's 7th item plus 8th item divided by 2.
Exactly. What is the value of 7th item?
Sir, it's 23 and 25.
No. 7th item. In the
Oh,
ascending
sorry,
order.
sir.
In the ascending order.
25 and 27.
25 and 25. Yes. 25 and 27. See the ascending order.
26 will be the answer, sir.
I think it is 25 and 27. Yes, please tell me. Go to the ascending order. In the ascending order, you find the value of 7th item.
So 25.
25. 8th item 27. 25 plus 27 by 2.
Sir, then Q1 will be also different, sir.
Okay. Let's correct it. No problem. What is that? 2.5 item. Okay. What is the second item in the order? Correct only. 20 plus 23. Oh, 20 plus 23. Second item and third item, no? 20 plus 23 by 2. How much it will be? 21.5. Correct? So now you can complete the process. Now you just verify your answers. Mean 24.78. Am I correct? Mean 24.78. You write down separately.
Yes, sir.
Yes, you write down separately. Mean 24.78. Median 25. Mode also 25. Mode also 25. Standard deviation 6.33 also 6.33 also. No issue. Then Q1. How much you got Q1 now?
Sir, 21.5.
Yeah, 21.5. Then Q3 26. Now you apply these values in the formula and tell me what is the value of skewness. First, you go for Carl Pearson's coefficient of skewness. Write down the formula first. Carl Pearson's coefficient of skewness. Skewness is equal to mean minus mode by standard deviation. Mean minus mode by standard deviation. Mean is equal to 24.78 minus 25 by 6.3.
Sir, 0.034.
Okay, sir. Correct. Next one. 3 into mean minus median by standard deviation, alternative formula. 3 into 24.78 minus 25 by standard deviation. 24.78 minus 25 minus 0.22 into 3 is minus 0.66 by 6.3.
Sir, minus 0.10.
Just I'll verify. Minus 0.66 divided by how much, sir? 6.3, no? What is the value of standard deviation?
6.3.
6.3. Okay, okay. 6.33 something. Okay. It's almost minus 0.10. Minus 0.104 or 3 will come. Now you write Bowley's coefficient of skewness. Apply this formula now. Bowley's coefficient of skewness. Bowley's coefficient of skewness. Q3 minus 2 median plus Q1. Q3, how much we got? 26, 26, 21.5. 26.
Sir, it is coming 0.55.
The last one, I will find out just a minute.
0.55.
Is it minus?
Yes, sir, minus.
Yes, yes, correct. So, are you able to understand how this skewness is worked out?
Yes,
There are two ways. One is Carl Pearson, other one is Bowley. Carl Pearson also suggested two methods. One is based on mean and mode, other one is based on mean and median. Okay, so if you know how to calculate mean, median, mode, standard deviation, quartile 1 and quartile 3, you can work out skewness. Okay, now let me give another problem, you try it now. Just a minute there. Yeah, take down this problem, please. Is it visible on the screen now?
yes.
Yeah, you take down this problem. Take down the problem.
Yes, sir.
Now you just draw a table like this. For solution, you draw a table like this, I will tell you. One more column needs to be found. The columns visible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have worked out certain items. Just note down these columns, complete the columns, and then come to the solution, please. Two more columns you have to complete.
Sir,
Yes, sir.
the x minus mean square value that you given in the answer 41.60, I think it should be 41.47.
Which one, sir? Oh, just a minute, just a minute. Here, 41 point. Which one you are asking, sir?
41.47, I think.
This one, first one, huh? Which column you are telling, sir?
Sir, he is asking the first column.
Sir, you are right. You are right. You are right. I made a mistake.
First, you find out mean. over. You can complete the last two columns and take the total values, then move further. First, you find out mean. It is there on the display, mean also. Sigma xf by sigma f.
The mean is 67.24.
It is 67.24.
67.45.
Yeah, 67.45. It's very clear. Already fx is there in the table, no? 6745. Mean is 67.45. You see the board, you see the screen now. Okay. Now let us calculate median. Once mean is over, now let us calculate median. I will tell you how to calculate median now. Listen here, please. Create another column, cumulative frequency. There itself you can create in the same table itself. May not go for separate table. CF, cumulative frequency. 5 plus 18 plus 42 plus 27 plus 8. This is how cumulative frequency is arrived at. Okay. Then you have to find out, is the table is ready now? CF. You create one more column and enter there itself. I will let you know how this median is calculated.
The column is done, sir.
Yeah. So the formula for median is here. L plus n by 2 minus m by f into c, which we have used the other day. First you find out n by 2. How much is n by 2? N means sigma f. Capital N means sigma f. Sigma f is 100. Is sigma f 100. So n by 2. 100 by 2. How much it will come? Write down below this n by 2. Okay. Shall I proceed?
Yes, sir.
No, n by 2 first you write down. Write down the formula. Below that you write down n by 2. Then we will proceed further. N by 2 is equal to 100 by 2, that is 50. Now we have to go to CF column, cumulative frequency column, and locate where this 50 will come. In which row the 50 will come? 5, 23, 65, 92, 100. These are the 5 values. Where exactly the 50 will come? Yes, please. Say if it is 3, where it will fall?
So 50 is not there in the chart.
No, 50 will not be there. Where it will fall, I am asking. Say, what is
Between
the meaning?
23 and 65.
In 65. In 65 it will fall because up to 23 is over here. Before the row before that. Up to 23 is over. 24 to 65 will come in this 65 only. Therefore, 50 will fall here. This row is this row 65.5. This row is called median class. Just write down against that. This row is called the median class. I will fill it up in some other color. Yeah. This row is median class. Now from this only we have to take other values. L is equal to lower limit of the median class. What is the value of L? L is equal to lower limit of the median class. You can put a capital L otherwise because you don't know the difference between this I and L. You can put capital L. L is equal to lower limit of the median class. Now you tell me what is the lower limit of this median class?
So 65.5.
Yes, 65.5. Enter that. 65.5. You just write down. Then F is equal to frequency of the median class. Again, you go back to this table. Frequency of the median class. What is the value of frequency of the median class?
So 42.
Yes, 42. Frequency of the median class 42. Okay. Then M is the cumulative frequency immediately before the median class. M is the cumulative frequency immediately before the median class. How much it is? Cumulative frequency before 23. Yes, 23. Exactly, 23. Then comes C, class interval of the median class. Class interval of the median class, 65.5 to 68.5. Difference, how much it is? Median class is 65.5 to 68.5. The difference is?
3, sir.
That is C. Now you can apply these values in the formula and find out median. You don't have any other class now, no? I can continue for some time, no?
No, sir, we don't have any other class.
Yeah, I will continue this for some time. Now you find out the value. $65.5 plus 50, 27 by 12, 9 by 9 by 4, 9 by 4, 2.25. Am I correct? You find out and tell me. 27. No. 27 by 14. 27 by 14.
Sir, it is 1.92.
Yeah. 1.9. 1.9.
2.
Oh, yes.
67.42.
So this is median. Likewise, you can find out Q1 and Q3 also, because the formula will change slightly. I will tell you how the formula will changes. Write down the value formula for Q1 now. Q1 is equal to, so you can complete that first. Q1 is equal to, I will write here, you just note down. L plus this is the formula. L plus n by 4. Instead of n by 2, it is n by 4 now. The same process is to be followed. I will just explain you now. N by 4, how much it will come?
Sir, 25.
Now you go back to the CF column, see where this 25 comes. Same place.
Same column, sir.
Same place, yes. So here L 65.5, F 42, M 23, C 3, all these things we have to follow again. Only thing N by 4 only changes. I will put this again, N by 4. You just write down N by 4. Just apply the value now. 65.5 is 25 minus 23 below that F is equal to 42, C is equal to 3. Yes, now you find out the value. Two 21, 3 by 21, 1 by 7, 0.10. Is it correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So
Similarly, you find out.
65.64.
Yes, sir.
65.64.
Okay. Okay. Now you find out the Q3 like this. I will give the formula for Q3. 65.643. Okay. Now formula for Q3. Write down this formula Q3. Now it is 3n by 4. 3n by 4. Write down this formula now. Now you apply the value and find out 3n by 4 is equal to 75. So where this 75 will fall in the CF, you have to see 75. That will fall in 92. So you put different color. That means L 68.5, F 27, M 65, C 3. Like that we have to proceed now. 3n by 4. $68.5. Yes. 75 minus 75 minus 65. $27.
So 69.61.
Right? So now you can find out Bowley's coefficient, no? So like that, at least just a minute. I will just conclude the class now. I will not take much of your time now. You got Q1, Q3 median, so that you can easily find out Bowley's coefficient of skewness. And you got mean also. So with the help of mean and median, if you have standard deviation, you can find out coefficient of correlation. Now, I mean, Carl Pearson's coefficient of skewness. For that, you have to calculate standard deviation. You do one thing. You go home, leisurely, have your lunch and leisurely sit, calculate standard deviation and mode. Then you find out Carl Pearson's coefficient of skewness also. Now that with the help of this median Q1, Q3, you can find out Bowley's coefficient. For Carl Pearson, you need mean, median, standard deviation or mean, mode, standard deviation. We have mean and median already, we need standard deviation only. So calculate standard deviation at home, complete the process, keep it ready. If there is any doubt, you ask me in the next class, please.
Okay, sir.
Okay?
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.